call the meeting to order and open with the Pledge of Allegiance. Tim, lead, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, first, thank everybody for coming to our meeting tonight. This is the June 3rd meeting of the Planning and Zoning Commission. First, we'll start with a roll call.
Mr. Boggs.
Here.
Mr. Bush.
Here.
Mr. Burring.
Yeah, here.
Mr. Encino.
Here.
Ms. Rogers. Here. Mr. Smiley.
Here.
Mr. Truax.
Here.
Okay, we're all present. I'd like to welcome everybody for coming to the meeting again. We'll kind of go over some basic rules. If you've been to some of our busy meetings before, you've heard us review these, but I'll go through them again. First of all, make sure you silence your phones. Many people here tonight, so we're going to have to limit the public speaking to 2 minutes per person, that everybody gets a chance to speak in a timely manner. Each person has one opportunity to speak. You can't share or donate your time to somebody else. It's still just 2 minutes per person. Don't speak or comment if you're not at the podium, and there's a couple of reasons for that. Staff is taking minutes of the meeting and has to be able to hear what's being said. So if there's a lot of conversation out in the crowd, that makes it really difficult or impossible for them to hear. If you're at the podium, address the Planning and Zoning Commission, those of us up here. Don't address the audience. Make sure you fill out a speaker request form. We're only going to be calling people who have filled out the form to speak. So if you've not already filled one out and you want to, make sure you do that now and give it to Lisa. When you come to the podium, Lisa will call your name, and then when you come up, she'll swear you in, and you'll need to state your name and address for the record. And overall, please be respectful. No name calling, insults, etc. And just as a matter of expediency, this is the 4th time we've had this application, the data center application on the one of our meetings. The public have made a lot of comments in the past. We're well aware of your concerns about water and electric consumption, noise. With the limited amount of time you have, if you have additional concerns that were not mentioned before, that's where we'd like you to focus. And again, all the comments that were made at previous meetings, they're part of the record. We've all been familiar with them. So, thank you. Anything else that I didn't?
I will, at 1 minute left, I'll give you that you got 1 minute left so that you can, if there's some things that you want to get in, at least you'll know you got 60 seconds to finish.
Could you speak into the microphone, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're into the old business part of the agenda. Item A will stay on the table still, rezoning application. Item B, planned manufacturing application, PM 25001 is ready to go. So I'll move that we remove that application from the table.
Second.
Thank you, Tim. Any discussion on the motion? Roll call.
Mr. Burring.
Yes.
Mr. Boggs.
Yes.
Mr. Smiley.
Yes.
Mr. Bush.
Yes.
Ms. Rogers. Yes. Mr. Truax.
Yes.
Mr. Mancino.
Yes.
Okay, that motion passes, and the item is up for discussion. We'll start with your staff report.
Of course, so location of this proposal is at the southeast corner of Broad and Mink Streets. Total site acreage is just under 89.5. Current zoning is PM planned manufacturing. The applicant's requesting a recommendation of approval from the Planning and Zoning Commission for a planned manufacturing application pursuant to section 1253.10 of the Pataskala Code for development of 3 data center structures and associated site improvements. Just a reminder, the Planning and Zoning Commission is making a recommendation. In this case, ultimately, this application will go to City Council regardless of the recommendation made. So here's a look at the project site. We're at the southeast corner of Broad and Main Street, so you can see the parcel outlined in yellow here. And here's the proposed site layout. North, in this case, would be off to the left of the screen. I will say that since the last time this application was heard back in April, no changes to the site plan have been made. So we won't necessarily delve into the site specifics. We will, however, talk about the new information that was submitted for this hearing. So, the Align Data Center team submitted a response to the April 1st, 2026 Planning and Zoning Commission questions letter, as well as a letter stating their believed compliance with the off-site impact requirements in the Pataskala Code. They also submitted a letter stating their community commitments. Included in that was that they would petition to join the Joint Economic Development District, which will provide an additional 1.75% income tax on all jobs within the property boundary. They also stated that they would not seek any local property tax abatements. They stated that they've reduced the campus footprint by removing one data center structure, leaving a total of 3. They also stated they're fully funding the construction of their own dedicated power infrastructure to serve the site, and that no deionized cooling water will be discharged back into the municipal systems. They also submitted a new acoustic report in R3 that included the A-weighted sound levels from the previous report, and including the C-weighted sound levels. Those are the lower frequency DVC levels. Projected to be slightly higher, but the conclusions remain the same as in the original report. They believe the proposed data center will meet code requirements for noise impact, excepting in an emergency such as power outage where all the generators would have to kick on. They included a heat rejection area study that includes heat dissipation studies simulating a 72 megawatt facility at max capacity. The simulation shows at a distance of 1,000 feet, temperature variance is limited to plus or minus 0.6 degrees Fahrenheit. They included a letter that was submitted by AEP Ohio. AEP Ohio stated that the project is within their service area, and based on conceptual service plan, AEP is able to meet the load requirements and load ramp for this project as is detailed in the signed electric service agreement dated April 19, 2025. They included a statement from the Associate Principal of Water Resources of ECS Midwest on the impacts of deionized water. That letter stated that deionized water used in data centers has been treated to remove any minerals that may cause buildup or scaling in components and is not inherently toxic. Should deionized water be released from the system due to a catastrophic event, it would quickly absorb natural minerals and neutralize back to natural water without harm to the environment. They also included some renderings, so these additional renderings of the screening in summer and winter, as well as new elevation design have been submitted. So here we have Main Street looking towards the east in the summer, same in the winter, as well as a new facade for the data center structure. You can see they have included some long glass windows here along the sides of the structure. So as part of our review for this additional information, we did complete a full review of the proposed development. We don't have any further comments on relation to compliance with the Pataskala Code. Our full review letter is attached to your staff report there. They have obtained several variances, and the remaining request was withdrawn by the applicant and is no longer being pursued. The list of variances they have obtained is included in your staff report. The applicant did provide responses to the questions from the Planning and Zoning Commission at the April 1st hearing. Those are included in the application packet as well. We sent the acoustic report and the heat rejection area study to our city engineer who reviewed them. Their comments have been included. We'll go over those in just a little bit. We also coordinated with the Ohio EPA Emergency Response Department to confirm the statements given in the potential environmental impacts of deionized water. The ionized water letter are accurate. The applicant has stated the commitment to petition to join the Joint Economic Development District. We have included a possible condition of approval with this recommendation tonight. So the Public Service Department had the following comments. Storm basins appear to be appropriately sized, but they'll be further investigated during the construction plans review phase. It appears the applicant has addressed all the comments of the Public Service Department from previous submittals. The city engineer had the following comments on the heat rejection study. They stated the provided appears to be high-level generalized simulation of heat dissipation for a proposed data center and is not aligned with site-specific conditions. The information provided does not include a detailed site-specific methodology, modeling, or supporting technical analyses. We recommend the city retain the information in the file as supporting data, but without providing commentary. On the R1 acoustic report, based on the data presented, all model receiver noise levels comply with the code of Pataskala except 3. However, there aren't any model files included to verify the data included in the report are accurate. Pretty much the same for the R3. All noise levels comply except 2. There wasn't any model files included to verify that data, however. From the West Licking Joint Fire District, they did not submit any new comments for this hearing. However, in February, the Planning Commission received the following comment. The Fire District currently has multiple data centers within their jurisdiction and are well versed on how they operate. No additional comments have been submitted by the Fire Marshal for this hearing. The Licking Regional Water District said the district has the capacity to service proposed development flows of up to 12,000 gallons per day. However, the developer will need to execute a development agreement between themselves and the district prior to that capacity being guaranteed. Did not receive any other comments from any other departments or agencies. We did receive several public comments. So Daniel Graves submitted has some recommendations including a number of protections for residents, including groundwater monitoring, utility cost protections, should the project be approved. Lisa Grimm had some concerns with lack of job creation. Rebecca Murphy provided a document from Keto's Water Quality Monitoring that states how they believe their product would help safeguard water resources. Elizabeth Hunt stated their concerns with environmental impact, energy usage, water usage, and that they believe alternative forms of development should be considered to provide more sustained employment and economic benefits. Jennifer Page opposed the proposal, has concerns with environmental health due to air pollution. And then we did receive a number of comments after the staff reports were sent out to the commission last week. They've all been included here. Abigail Currens stated they are opposed to the proposal, concerns regarding traffic, noise, long-term infrastructure impact, utilities, and character of the surrounding area. Emily Bounds stated they are opposed to the proposal, concerns with traffic, noise, heat, and water use. Steve McKee stated they are opposed to the proposal, concerns include noise, traffic, and appearance. Tashina Browning stated they are also opposed to the proposal, concerns with utility demand, environmental impact, noise, lack of job creation, and asked City Council to pass a moratorium. Beatrice Gutentag stated they are opposed to the proposal and has concerns with uncontrolled growth in the city. Kenneth Scepter stated they have concerns with noise, traffic, data security and privacy, lack of job creation, and energy use. And John Holman stated they are opposed to this proposal, concerned with health, environmental impact, utility impact, and traffic. So copies of all the public comments that we received are included in your staff report, as well as the new ones we received after the fact have been provided on your dais. Since the presentation was made, we actually received a couple more. C and D Taylor stated they are opposed to the proposal. Jason and Celia Galens also submitted some comments stating their opposition to the proposal and concerns with noise. And I believe Ms. Franklin submitted, I think it's a link to a YouTube video and a article from the Columbus Dispatch. So surrounding properties to the north is zoned general business and light manufacturing. The general business zoning is residential homes. The M1 light manufacturing is an AEP training facility. To the east, you have general business, which is a data technology company, Tech R2, and plane manufacturing as well. That's the AEP distribution center. To the south is zoned plane manufacturing. That's currently Illuminate USA. And on the west side, you have general business on the other side of Main Street. It's currently used for agricultural purposes. So should the Planning and Zoning Commission choose to recommend approval, the following conditions may be considered. 1, that the applicant address all comments from the Planning and Zoning Department and Public Service Department. 2, pursuant to the applicant's request, the natural gas generator, natural gas regulator, electrical substation, aligned substation equipment, sub-area shall be reviewed and approved administratively. 3, the Bloom Energy fuel cell area shall be restricted to solid oxide electrolysis units in a 600 foot by 350 foot of the site area for fuel cells. The fuel cell equipment shall be a maximum of 12 feet in height. And finally, the applicant shall join the Joint Economic Development District. So I did put the responses to the questions you guys had from April 1st up here. When we get to that point, if there's any specific you'd like to touch on, bring them up here. Otherwise, if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. And just for reference, all the other material that has been presented before at the April hearing, the February hearing, the hearing before that is available here if we need to refer back.
Thank you, Jack.
Yeah.
Questions for Jack or staff in general from commission members? Alex?
I believe you said something about a water response from a different agency related to the deionized water.
So they
Misunderstood you.
submitted a letter from an environmental firm basically saying, here's the environmental impact of deionized water. So we called the Ohio EPA emergency spill response department, basically told them what the letter said. They stated that's accurate.
Okay. Just want to make sure. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks. Ann?
Not yet, please. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Frank?
Were there any pollution studies or, so there's, if I read the plans right, there's 144 generators proposed on there. Was there any numbers submitted to say what levels of pollution they would be generating?
No, just the documents that we covered there is what we received in the latest.
Okay. And then there was a comment about site-specific methodology on the heat study. I kind of had this similar things there. What are they referring to when they mean that they just modeled it kind of in a empty field and not unique to our conditions here? Is that what that's kind
I
of getting
think the
to?
city engineer, when they reviewed it, it was kind of just a very generalized simulation of just a standalone data center. So there weren't any site-specific factors
Okay.
that may have some effect.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Good, thanks. Tim?
The heat studies, the noise studies that were brought to us, are multiple independent studies required, or are those sufficient by current standards?
So the heat rejection study wouldn't be required under current code. Planning and zoning, or the city administrator can ask for a noise impact study. Based on the conclusions of that study, they would be in compliance.
Understood. Good.
Thanks. David?
I don't have anything.
Sure.
Just a clarification, the moratorium would not affect this at all anyway, even if city council did, because this has already been,
So since it's already been submitted, it is in progress. For example, if a moratorium were to pass today, since they're already kind of in the process, it would not affect this proposal.
just wanted to get clarification. Thank you.
Anything else?
No, sir. Sorry.
Okay, no, not a problem. Okay, next.
Can I ask one more question? Yeah, sorry, I forgot one of them here. So, and looking at the noise study, I'm trying to understand, so on scenario C where it says all the generators are running, there was some that said they were not in compliant with code in that scenario, and some of them were compliant. I just was trying to understand the numbers because it seemed like there were some higher numbers that were compliant, or ranges. Do you know how that was determined, compliant, for the compliance aspect of that?
Which section was that?
Yeah, so scenario C, it's on page 7 of the study. And I'm on scenario C, it gives the different receivers, and it starts I believe it's receiver 1 starts at 59 dBA. It says complies with code, and then the point receiver noise level DBC is 76. So the next one is 78, it's not compliant. The one after that is 78, not compliant.
Scenario C was kind of the emergency scenario, so if the whole site lost power and every generator had to kick on to supply power to the data center, then it would exceed the maximum per code, but since it's an emergency situation, it would be permissible.
Yeah, I guess what I was asking, for the individual receivers there, I'm just curious how they determined whether one was compliant or one wasn't compliant.
So I'm not a noise engineer, but reading through the study, from what I understand, is to take the ambient readings, they go out and put sensors out in the field. And I think there's a map in that noise report kind of showing where they did it. They take that and basically plug in the locations of where these are gonna be, what specific type of equipment it's gonna be, and how much noise it would produce when it turns on. Basically, they can with a computer program, figure out based on wherever that receiver was in the field, if this project was actually there in real life, that's how much noise it would generate, pretty much.
Okay, so maybe like a distance factor from how far it was?
Yeah.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Thanks. Any other questions for staff?
I have a question. So regarding the hearings by the Senate regarding data centers, would any of that feedback be applicable to this application? Because some of the comments are that the EPA's standards are lacking, severely lacking. So, and they would apply to
Excuse
this
me, ma'am.
application, but,
Excuse me, is she okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
thank you.
sorry.
No, that's good.
One of your holes out front.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Go ahead, Ann, sorry.
So that was my question. I'm not sure if you know the answer to that, but,
And since that's occurring on a state level and there's been no legislation passed, and so without knowing what the legislation is and how that would be administered, it's tough to say if it would apply to this or not. I don't believe so, because this is kind of before any future legislation, but I don't know for sure.
okay. So we won't be able to find out tonight, maybe. Maybe maybe there's an attorney in the house. All right, thank you, that's my question, that's the only question I have for now.
Okay. Any other questions for staff? All right. Next in the sequence, then, we ask for or give the applicant an opportunity to address the commission. And as always, anybody who's going to participate need to be sworn in. Lisa will take care of that.
No, I'm sorry. When you all go up there, you can all stand on that side instead of in front of me. So, I swear affirm to tell you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Okay, sure.
Keyboard go? Yep. Hit the left and right arrows.
Okay, and just as a reminder, any of you, the first time you're up to speak, start with your name and address, please.
Absolutely. David Robinson with Align Data Centers. Pleasure to be here again. Thank you for your time. Thanks for everybody who came out this evening. We are focusing on the 7 questions that the P&Z Commission raised following the last meeting, but I thought it might be helpful to just give a little bit of information, because there's so much misinformation about this, what a data center is. And a data center is just a building. It houses electronics, and in the building, in those data halls, those electronics power everything. Those are the electronics that are running the YouTube clip that an opponent put in against data centers, citing something that requires a data center. This is not AI. This is, again, the building that houses the electronics. Any Facebook page, any meetup, any sharing of information, all of that is driven by the electronics that are in a data center. So fast forwarding to our particular application, as was noted, we bought the property years ago. This is a by right data center development. So it's currently zoned in the industrial park. Specifically, data centers were cited. We do have power available because the utility lines go right by the site. It was an ideal location for a data center development. We are not seeking a CRA. Again, it's in the industrial park. There's going to be a large berm along Broad Street that visual that you had along Broad was inside the berm. So you're likely not even going to see it from that. And then with regard to the generation, we are bringing on-site generation with AEP, and you heard about that at the last meeting. So this project, we do have a history of transparency. By the way, I didn't bring my glasses in. I didn't think I needed them, so now I'm squinting and trying to see everything. Once we go into the corporate park, we will petition to join the JED. That's not a requirement if you're not seeking a CRA, but we are going to do that anyway. We've reduced our campus footprint. We initially bought this with the intention of developing 4 data centers. We've since reduced that down to 3. There are no tax abatements that we're seeking. We do have the independent power infrastructure. And with regard to water, that's another thing that there's a lot of misinformation about. We are not discharging water. We're not turning water brown. Once we fill our closed loop system for cooling, that deionized water, which is not a health hazard at all, stays in there and just is repeatedly used. So the water usage is going to be what would be used for a typical office building. Convenience water, flushing toilets, use of the facilities. That's going to be the extent of our water usage. Fast forwarding, and I'm going to ask Joe to come up, but some of the property tax benefits, currently there's about $4,000 or so in property tax benefits. With our projected development, and you had this information at the last meeting as well, we've done an economic study. This will generate over $34 million for the community with the schools, the county, et cetera, et cetera. So pretty extensive once this is at full build and the benefits that are going to be generated. With regard to the income tax benefits, again, the jobs that are there going into the JED will contribute dramatically to the city revenue. And Joe, I don't know if you can see that, but again, I don't have my.
Sure. So property taxes, that was like a per year basis. So right now, $4,000 on a raw empty landfill, and sorry, I forgot what that. It's $34 million a year in property taxes, and that goes to a list of the different agencies in the government. That's based off of our total construction costs and the 35% market value of those construction costs.
So as we move into the questions that you had, let's bear in mind what we're here to do. You heard it from the staff. This is a site plan application. This is not construction approval. This is an application seeking planning and zoning commission recommendation for the site plan that we submitted. I think we've satisfied all of the code requirements. Coming out of the last meeting, you had 7 specific items that we are here now to address. And with those, we brought the whole team. We're not trying to pack the house. We're trying to have the resources available to answer every question that you have. The heat dome analysis, you heard that is not in the code. That is something that we're trying to do to answer the questions to your satisfaction. The amount of compute, by the way, required to run a CFD analysis is tremendous using data centers. The comments, how they're submitted, all of that is using data centers. So that is part of basically everyday life now. We do believe that we've satisfied all of the requirements in the code. We respectfully request a recommendation for approval of our site plan application, and Joe's going to assist and go through all of the 7 questions that you asked, and again, we've got the resources available to address them.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
And Joe, you slipped by me at the beginning. Start with your name and address, please, for the record.
Joe Giannini, so I'm with Align Data Centers.
Okay.
So this is the change related to the JED, so we just wanted to break down beyond the property taxes that are for the site, there is also the municipal income tax. So typically, Pataskala has a 1% municipal income tax on all employment within the city of Pataskala. With 111 jobs, plus 100 jobs at full build out of this campus, that was expected to be $110,000 a year, right? 1% income tax on everybody that works at our facility. That's just our jobs that we have within our facility. With the JED, there's an additional 1.75%, so we have elected to provide that additional 1.75% income tax on all employment within this parcel. really, because it's attached to the land. So that's another creation of 190,000 per year in value for Pataskala. With construction, that JED also goes to all construction labor during the lifespan of the construction for the project. At the peak, when we modeled that, it was $1 million per year during peak construction with all the labor that's on the site for this project. So that's real dollars to Pataskala. For energy, we've been, we've talked energy before. We provided a letter from AEP on their ability to serve the site. I've provided studies in the past, and I know linked a bunch of different things. I think this was like the easiest graph to really show out there, and this comes from University of California, Berkeley, and this is load growth in your state actually reduces residential electric bills. So this is just, we've seen, everybody across the nation has seen electricity prices go up, but states that have load growth have seen less of an increase. And that is concrete. That's the easiest way to break this down. Deionized water, so this is within our closed loop system, deionized water, we don't take that from the municipal water supply, we truck that in. That stays within our closed loop, there's no blowdown, there's no discharge. If we ever had to, for some reason, empty that system, that would be on us as far as doing any type of permitting or trucking it off or doing, which we have no intention to do. But we would get all applicable codes and permits to do so if we ever needed it, right? Deionized water, again, just for everybody, typical water has minerals in it. Deionized just removes those minerals. It's pure H2O. I know we had the question about drinking it. Can drink it, just not a lot of it. So, and really, if it spills, if it goes in, to the aqua, or like goes into anywhere, it just gets reionized. It just grabs minerals from the natural environment. And then, so I'm going to pass this off to a colleague for the heat dome discussion.
Travis Ciccarello. Oh, sorry, I don't need to reach. Travis Ciccarello with Line Data Centers. Thanks for having me, guys. So heat dome analysis. This is the purpose of these heat.
Excuse me for 1 second. Everybody in the crowd, please keep your comments because it echoes up here. So please keep from talking to each other out there, please. Go ahead, sir.
So the purpose of the heat dome analysis study is, I saw there were comments earlier on it. The purpose is to demonstrate the possible, what the potential impacts could be for our data centers to the surrounding area. So in order to do that, in order to determine what those possible impacts may be, we found the best way to put together 3 models for you guys. I believe it was under Frank's request to kind of go through what that impact might look like from the heat rejection of our building. So we're going to go through the 3 models. The 3 models that we've chosen to do were picked to best represent a wide range of operating conditions throughout the year. So there were quite a few that were requested. As my colleague mentioned, those tasks are quite computationally intense, and they take quite a long time actually to run. It's anywhere from a day to a week to actually run. So in the interest of time, being able to give you something and cover as much range as we can, the 3 models that we've chosen to run are a cold winter day with no wind, a winter day with some wind, an average amount of wind, and then a summer day with wind. So we're gonna go through those. So the first one here is the cold winter day with little wind. So what's the same with all 3 of these models is that it is I noticed in the comment slide there was a comment about it being a generalization. The same with all these 3 models is that it is a typical 72 megawatt building, just like the one that would be on campus, with all chillers running, so 84 chillers on the building, all of those chillers rejecting heat, so full blast chiller heat rejection. In this specific example, it will be a 32 ambient temperature, so the air temperature outside is 32 degrees, and the wind is 0.5 miles per hour. What that is set up to represent is a very calm breeze wind day, so very little wind. The results of that particular study are on the screen here. So what we're looking at is the profile, a side profile, as though you're standing on the ground looking towards the building, say from the plan south of this particular campus. So what we're seeing is the bottom portion there is otherwise called an elevation view. And as we go up the screen, that is up into the sky. It's a little hard to read, but on the right-hand side is the feet in altitude, and the left to right axis there is feet from the data center. So what this particular model shows is that when there's no wind, the heat rises and doesn't really penetrate far left and right from the building. The results would be zoomed in that little bubble. The 1,000 feet from the building is where we placed our sensors. So we placed 8 sensors around the building, 1,000 feet from the building in all the cardinal directions. And the result for the one that's on the screen here and all of them were 32 degrees flat. So 32 degree air temperature, no uplift to 1,000 feet from the river. And that's at typical house height here. So the screen shows 18 to 30 feet. This would be in that same range, 1,000 feet from the building. The next study was the 32 degrees, but with a slight wind. So 8 miles per hour wind. Might be asking yourself, where does that wind come from? There is a mean coincident wind speed, which is a fancy way of saying it matches the 32 degrees. The typical wind for that scenario would be 8 miles per hour. So what we've done is modeled that with 8 mile per hour wind going from west to east at a 32 degree air temperature. And this is the resulting picture from that. So you can see there the wind pushes the heat rejection from the building off into the landscape. And just as soon as you leave the very surrounding of the data center, 0 to 100 feet or so, most of that heat that was present in the yellow over the building is dissipated into the atmosphere there. As we continue to go outwards to the 1,000-foot mark, which is where we picked to be somewhat in the range of the closest property boundaries, a typical house, 18 to 30 feet high, 1,000 feet from the building would see 32.1 degrees. That's a 0.1 degree uplift over the baseline, 32 degrees. Moving on to the final scenario here is the warm summer day, 97 degrees. Same wind, west to east, just to see if there's a difference between the warm summer day and a cold winter day. Is there anything in the properties of the air that might affect the plant operation and any effect on the environment? And going on to this, the results on this one, the wind is going the opposite direction, but it's the same wind speed. The uplift in the to the home, that's 18 to 30 feet in the air, 1,000 feet away from the building, is 97.2 degrees. So that would be a 0.2 degree uplift, as the 97 was the baseline. So what does that mean for this particular site? Because those were all east to west winds, a generalized wind direction to kind of show what 1,000 feet from the building looks like. On this slide, we've shown 1,000-foot boundaries from the farthest edge or closest edge of the building to the property lines. So those 3 bubbles there with the dashes, those are 1,000 feet from the corner conditions of the buildings to get as close as we can to the property line of the building, and then 1,000 feet from it. And the results here would be, you can extrapolate them. The wind in this particular site plan is from northeast to southwest. So the models that we showed are west to east, east to west. The reason we picked that wind direction is because the building is running east to west and west to east, which means that the worst condition, to be most conservative, is to have that wind push along with the building. So right close to the property line, the wind is pushing on that closest edge of the property line. In this particular case, the northeast to southwest is actually slightly beneficial. The residential zone is actually just due west, so the southwest is pushing down into the open area there marked general business. Turn it back over to Joe to continue with sound.
Just a real quick thing, just to dumb it down for me. I know we were talking, me and Travis earlier, and it was the effects you feel from a black asphalt parking lot is going to be dramatically higher than what you feel from coming off of our building. It just, that's the reality of it when you do model it. Next we have for sound, Gregory Miller, who's a consultant for us.
Thank you. My name is Gregory Miller with Trinity Consultants. We can skip past my resume. Let's see. So just to make sure that we're all on the same page is just a description of what sound is and what it is that we're looking at. And then we'll talk about a bit more about some of the criteria with the DBA, DVC, some of the other questions that came up on infrasound, things like that. Sound, very simply, is something that vibrates or disturbs the air and then creates a pressure wave. So sound waves are just pressure waves that move through the air. And you can see it gets either to a high pressure and a low pressure. And as things move along, we measure sound, or particularly looking at sound in 2 ways. One is how much pressure it is, the amplitude of the sound, that's how loud things get. So higher pressure at the peak pressure wave means louder sound. And the wavelength, which is how far in distance it takes for the sound to go from high pressure to low pressure and then back to high pressure again. And that wavelength has to do with whether you perceive the sound as very low pitched, very medium pitched, or high pitched sound. And so when we're talking about it, that's the physical phenomenon behind what we're talking about. That's just a thing showing the way that the pressure wave moves through the air. So there was some question most recently on the reports that came up about dBA noise levels versus dBc noise levels. So first off, a decibel. A decibel is the unit of measure of sound, and so you measure the strength of the pressure wave, and then you convert it through a logarithmic scale, which you do because the pressure variations are so great; they're a factor of 1,000,000. So in order to get it down to some kind of scale that we can analyze, it's logarithmically done. So you measure in a decibel. And there are decibels that are low frequency, mid frequency, high frequency, etc. We tend to break it up into 8 standard octave bands, or what they're called, to break up the sound waves. Now, that's great, but nobody wants to look at something and try and perceive whether something is an appropriate sound level or not, just based on 8 different numbers. So there has been this was originally developed in the 1940s, different weighting systems. And so dBA, which is what is used in most environmental noise control codes around the country. It's used in a lot of interior spaces. The LEED and the WELL interior sustainability standards use dBA. And the reason why dBA is what we're looking at on this graph right here is it's showing, so on the bottom, left to right is low frequency going up to high frequency, and on the left is how loud things are. And so the dBA actually factors sound in, weights the sound approximately the way that our ears hear sound. So our ears are most sensitive to sound at about 2,000 hertz. Trivia point is that's the frequency at which a baby cries. And then we are less sensitive to sound as it gets lower and lower and lower in pitch, hence you see it trailing off on dBA. There is a dBB, nobody uses it. dBc, however, is roughly flat. So it is saying that dBc takes into account low frequency, mid frequency, high frequency energy equally. Doesn't necessarily correspond with the way we hear, but it takes those into account. So the thing to note then is that, again, dBA better reflects the way that humans hearing response. dBA does take into account low frequency energy more. And just to show you that sort of line trailing up on the left there, it's just to show that a sound would have to have that much more low frequency energy than the mid frequency energy in order to be heard as something that has a bit of a rumble to it. No matter how you do it, almost in every single situation, dBc is always going to be higher than dBA because it takes into it because of the way that it's just simply the way that it's calculated. When you're dealing with a sound that is, quote, balanced, if you were to go through and study something and say, does this sound feel dominated by low frequency or mid frequency or high frequency, if you could listen to a sound and say, that sounds pretty balanced between all low frequency, mid frequency, and high frequency, which lots of people have done studies over the decades on that, you end up where the dBc number is around 10 to 15 decibels higher than the dBA number. So if you get something, this room right now, for example, is about 43 dBA. There's no low frequency energy in this room to speak of, but if you brought more low frequency energy in here until all of a sudden it sounded about even, that 43 dBA number would be equal to about 55 to 58 dBc. So they're just different scales, they're different ways of doing things. They are useful for taking into account whether you're getting excess low frequency energy. One of the ways you can look at it is you say, if my level that I'm getting dBc wise is more than 15 decibels higher than my dBA, that's probably a rumble issue. And then you would want to have someone with a more advanced sound level meter go in and look at the sound level. So at the very low frequency end of the spectrum is infrasound. I know there were some questions raised about that. They weren't in the formal list of questions, but wanted to address that to make sure that that is understood. Ultrasound is higher than the range of human frequency. Infrasound is lower than the range of human hearing. Humans hear. People with good hearing hear from about 20 hertz to 20,000 hertz. So infrasound energy is below 20 hertz. It's the same phenomenon. It's the same pressure wave. It just has a longer wavelength. And over time, it takes longer between peaks of sound level, between peaks of pressure level. So there definitely have been reports of data centers that have low frequency infrasound issues. There's a couple of very famous cases out there, but those are not this one. The infrasound is typically comes from data centers use dry coolers, which are cooling devices that have 32-foot usually or larger diameter fans. So if you've ever had a tiny little fan in your house and then you blew a bigger box fan, the bigger box fan makes a lower frequency sound. Scale that up to 32 feet and you start to get into a range where you can have infrasound developed by a very large fan. Sometimes when there's power generation on site and it is a gas turbine, some of those gas turbines can create low frequency infrasound. That's not any of the equipment that we have here. The chillers that are on the roof here that are providing the cooling, not dry coolers, but the chillers. The chillers are the same kinds of equipment and in some cases the same models as are put on hospitals. So they're equipment that's used all over the country on all kinds of other buildings, not just data centers. They're not unique to data centers. So we're not concerned about infrasound being an issue here. So projected noise levels from the data center and how those comply. The question was raised earlier, I believe, was you that asked the question about the DBC levels and the dBA levels and where they comply. Your code is written in terms of dBA. So 60 dBA is the number that is in chapter 12, I believe, of the Code of Ordinances at the property line. We measure the ambient noise levels to see if you're higher than 60 already, because if you're higher than 60 already, why try and meet 60? That really wasn't the case. If you sort of average things over a long period of time, you're higher than 60, but we didn't want to try and do something where it's going to fluctuate. So we were looking at evaluating things relative to 60 dBA. And so as you can see at all the locations around the perimeter of the site, we are finding that we are complying with 60 dBA. And that is both for the regular operations, when it's just the equipment on the roof that's cooling. That is also the case for the periodic generator testing, when there's only a couple of generators at a time running. The emergency scenario, we are getting slightly higher than 60 in a few cases. And but that is for an emergency scenario when only when there's a complete power failure. So that was something that is typically exempted from noise code requirements, because there's usually going to be other emergency things happening at the same time. So that, I believe, completes what we were looking at from an acoustics perspective.
So for view shed, we were asked as far as the berm. So this is an 8 to 10 foot berm. It serpentines along the property, both along Mank and Broad. It's heavily landscaped, far more so than anybody else within the industrial park. We added the tree species list here and did a winter view just to see what that looked like in the winter. There are 3 coniferous trees. It's the Black Hills white spruce, the Fat Albert Colorado spruce, and the Austrian pine. So you can see that there is still greenery during that winter condition. All the ground cover is gone, and then there are bare trees in between there, because mix of deciduous and coniferous along that berm. Again, we've talked about this will take some time to establish, but we are going out there and planting all those trees and all this landscaping material at the start of operations here. So this will be built, with the first building, we'll have the full berm built out. So we took the camera here, we brought it inside the berm. This was just to show the elevation. This is the north side of or the northmost building. So this is Broad Street. We had to bring it inside in order to show the window treatment along that side of the building that we added. So typically we have banding, we have color variation along our long stretches of facade. This we actually added those window treatments within that facade. This is again aerial view overall of the campus. detention basin up in front towards Broad. You're looking at Mink Street there, and then you see our front of house, so that's more of our office, and then the data halls extending outward. This is a close-up view, front of house office for each specific building. It's an entry. This is the intersection of Broad and Mink, so this is taken at 3.5 feet, right at the intersection. So 3.5 feet is what you sit at when you're in a passenger vehicle, with the 8 to 10 foot berm and the vegetation. This is a view from Broad, again at that 3.5 foot height, as you're looking along the north side of the site, and that berm along there. This is a view from Mill Street Road. So this is residential. We tried our best to, take that camera back all the way to Mill Street. You do see red chip, but we are definitely covered up as far as existing tree lines that are there. And then you can see our building, the CMHO1, and we are installing landscaping along that back of the property too, to try to help minimize the view there. But there is an AEP lot where they just have a laydown yard for AEP, and then our property would be after that. Okay, that concludes it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, next, I'm sorry. Next we'll go questions from the commission members, so you want to stand by for that. Ann?
Yeah, sure. All right, gentlemen, good to see you again. I would like to mention that I did get to go visit the Line Center up in Sandusky. And there was one building, and it's not completely full. So Frank and I took a tour. We were the only ones that were able to go. It was helpful, and everyone was very cordial and helpful, and we appreciate that opportunity. We did go up on the roof first because it was a windy day, and there was one, what is that unit called technically?
Chiller.
The chiller.
Yeah.
And there was one chiller running, and then another one engaged right beside it. So I got to hear, standing next to the chiller, what it would sound like, just one of them. And it was genuinely not very loud. It was a windy day, so I can't really say. When the one beside it engaged, that was obviously louder. Whenever you turn on your air conditioner at home, you can hear it start up and then running. And so I imagine I think there were going to be 85 on this rooftop, on this plan I think it's 85. That would be significantly louder. So I imagine myself, street level, hearing these fans. And I don't know what your sound study, I can ask this, that was one of my questions for Joe. With the sound study, it says you're not going to really hear anything, but I mean, common sense just says you're going to hear something, right? So I'm not sure, and it's a constant hum. So a lot of the fears are the sound that's going to be generated, just a constant hum, and how far that travels. We are experiencing that with the New Albany area. We can hear it for miles, and it's scary to think that we would have to listen to that. So I would like some feedback on that.
I'm going to defer to Greg as far as he put the.
Oh, okay, so
Sure,
Greg.
yeah, right, absolutely. No, so when we did the acoustic study, we did it with all of the chillers running. There's what's called a design day, which is when they're operating their maximum capacity. which I know it sounds odd to say, but is usually 91%. So 91% of their capacity is a design day. The hottest day in August is when it's done. So we do the studies when they are operating at their worst. I mean, they absolutely make noise. I would not want to hang out on the roof of the data center with them, but that's why the data center has a significant distance away from the buildings to the adjacent spaces. Sound dissipates as over distance. That's one of the things that it does. It spreads out in a spherical pattern, much like if you drop a pebble in the lake and you see it spreading out. And as it spreads out, the energy density goes down. And so that's why, as you get further and further away from the building, you lose energy. There's also the way that there's a screen around the equipment on the roof that helps to block some of that noise. So sound has to bend up and over the barrier wall, and as it bends up and over, sound likes to travel in straight lines. So every time that it does bend over a wall, it dissipates in additional ways. And so those are the things that we take into account in our study. And so I think that the other thing to be very make sure that we're clear on is it's the requirement of the noise ordinance is not inaudibility. It's not that it's completely silent. Any building is not completely silent. This one's not completely silent. None of the other buildings out there are completely silent. It is the question of whether the city has established what it considers to be an appropriate noise level for the area. And so we are working to make sure that we are fully in compliance with that.
Unfortunately, our code needs updated, but.
Well, we are also below code in most of the cases. So we're not at 60.
I do see efforts made. I'm not saying I don't, I do see efforts made.
Yeah.
So regarding full build out. So this would be maybe for David, not sure. Regarding full build out, none of your centers seem to be at full build out. Is that right?
No.
Okay.
No, that is not correct. So our facility, the facility that you toured, and again, thanks for making the effort. It was great to have you there. I thoroughly enjoyed our conversation. I would note, by the way, that right across the street, we've got residential.
I noticed.
And you guys saw that, and we've had not a single complaint about noise. No, we do have campuses that are fully built out. You didn't visit one. We definitely have them in Arizona, Utah, and elsewhere. Yes.
Okay, so, but yet we can't get actual complete studies on heat dome impacts?
Well, again, the heat dome, and I'll defer to Travis on that. This is it's not in the code.
I know.
So what we're trying to do is be incredibly responsive. And I hope that comes through. We're not dismissing anything. We're not stamping our feet. We're not saying, this is your code, it's not in your code, and we run away. I believe we are being very transparent and making an effort to address what are sincere concerns. We're not doubting that you're in any way insincere. So we're trying to address that. As it relates to the heat dome analysis, that is, and Travis, I'll defer to you, it's a building by building analysis. We do have campuses that are at full build, but the amount of computational effort to address something like that. Yes.
So we do have full CFD models of multi-building campuses that will show you that. The thing is when we're doing all the models that we have right now that we've done in the past that we would do for ourselves, do not take into account to look at 1,000 feet away from the building. So all of our models are geared towards seeing what effects we're going to have on our own equipment, trying to minimize those, because the real problem with the heat generation where we experience it is right at the roof. Like the heat gets recirculated, that's what we're worried about. Most of it goes up. The stuff that doesn't go up stays on the roof, and then that's where we have to battle with it. The models we have only go 300 feet, 200 feet away from the building. We built that model specifically, special for this purpose, to look at 1,000 feet away from the building, to closely get to the property lines that we're seeing on this site. And every little bit that we add to that model is more, we call them nodes, there's millions of them in a model. When we expand that distance to 1,000 feet, the models become very arduous to run. They take a very long time. So we put those three together just for this purpose, and to be able to explain this in a general sense, as a general building and on an empty plot of land, what effects can we see? Then we can take those effects and put them on your site, put them on anybody's site to see what's going to happen. So that's why this one model is showing only a single building and 1,000 feet. It's just because that's what we have the ability to make for this specific instance. Our other buildings that we have models of are 200 to 300 feet. They show the same thing. The 300 feet away from the building is very minimal impact. But we didn't want to just bring a 300 foot away and show you like, this is 300 feet. You're going to ask, hey, this is 1,000 feet. We want to see what happens 1,000 feet away. So that's what we were trying to show.
Okay. And then one of the concerns was mentioned at the Senate hearing regarding PFAs and, putting up different chemicals and that sort of thing into the atmosphere. So I have no idea. There aren't a lot of studies out there because the EPA never required them. So we're kind of at your mercy with that.
For air. So we do have permits with the EPA as part of this project. So there's a multitude of permits that we have to go through Ohio EPA to be able to construct this facility.
Yes, and the problem with those permits is that they do not include PFAs and additional issues that are concerns now with data centers uniquely. So that is one of the studies that is going to be ongoing with the Ohio Senate regarding data centers. That's one of my major concerns. We just don't know. And so I understand that, you're doing, what your part. I guess you can't give me any input besides that.
Yeah, I'd have to know more of what they're looking at. I'd say inherently, I don't know of any PFAS that would be coming off of our site. I don't know, man, you know any different?
Specific about water, you mentioned air.
Well, air and water, but you have I think it's a 3-loop system, right?
Close loop.
3-loop closed system. I mean, it's a 3-part, so you don't have any water leaving.
Yeah.
Right, so that's the, I guess the answer to that for the water side is that the water the water is in the closed loop. It's closed and there's no way for the water to escape. So at all times, the water is not going to affect the surrounding area for the closed loop.
Yes, one thing that was unique I noticed at the center was this room that captures the heat, right? It's kind of a room.
That's just heat containment.
Heat
Right.
containment,
That's-
right. So
that's
that's part of
general
the
practice now. Yeah.
the third part of the loop, I'm assuming. So the heat's not escaping, it's kind of being recaptured.
Yes, the air in the building, so the air in the data hall gets recirculated back on itself over and over again, just like the water gets recirculated back over and on itself over and over again. It's
Yeah,
very
which
similar.
really is ingenious. You have to appreciate a good engineer.
Well, it's actually, so it's a very, water has been a concern for quite some time now, so, it's something I think a lot of companies are adopting, but we've been on that course for a long time. It's using air-cooled chillers that have a closed loop system that just continually circulate water that does not use any water for evaporative purposes.
Yeah, so less of my concern is about the water and the closed loop system. It's more about everything else, the Bloom Energy, the substations, those type of things. But I'm going to let the rest of the commissioners talk. I don't want people to be here all night listening to me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Frank?
Yeah, again, thank you for, the tour, that was very helpful. I will say, I do think this plan is a lot better than what I saw in our building, what isn't as tall, much better screening, the generators, I think, being away from the road, so I definitely appreciate the effort you guys have put into this proposal. All that said, I still have a lot of concerns. I'm trying to understand how to, in my head on the heat dome study, It's only modeled for 72 megawatts. This is gonna be 3 buildings and then plus the Bloom, plus I think there's capacity to operate the equipment that also adds into that. So that's probably maybe 20% of what the actual effect would be. So how do I be able to take this number and say what the actual impact is at 1,000 feet? Because, there was a scenario was 0.6 of a degree. Was it Fahrenheit or Celsius? I didn't.
Fahrenheit.
It was Fahrenheit. Okay. So do I model that times 5 to see what the effect is, or I don't know if it's a linear thing, or does it? How does that?
I wouldn't say that I know exactly if it's a linear or how you would extrapolate that data from one building to 3. And what I can tell you is, a lot of experience doing these CFD models, as I mentioned. So every project that we do undergoes this CFD process to confirm what we're looking at for our building purposes. So I've run probably 1,000 of these in my lifetime now. And what I've seen is that multiple buildings will interact with each other, and there is a heat island on top of the buildings, but I have not seen any effect of the building footprint to push heat further out. And the reason for that is because the only thing that's really driving, if you look at the 3 models that we did, the first model was no wind and the second 2 models were wind models. The only thing that was really driving the heat outwards was the wind. And the wind is the same, even not depending on how many buildings you have, right? So there is the heat that is coming off is going to continue to rise upwards, just natural convection. That's just the physics of it. And it continues to radiate outwards, and it eventually goes into space, just like the rest of the energy that the Earth expels. The outward pushing direction is really just the wind, and very minimal impact from that outward push. That's where the 0.2 degrees comes from, is just that it's carrying it downstream, a specific particle or two, however that is, it carries it that direction. What I will say is that temperature itself that's coming off of the chillers based on more buildings is not different than one building. So what we see is a typical chiller will reject roughly 20 degrees higher than ambient temperature from its fans. So take ambient temperature, let's call it 97 like we looked in the model. 117 might come off of that chiller, go into the air. You add more chillers in that space, as long as you're looking at that there's not a recirculation, which is what we're trying to solve for, because that harms our chiller performance, that same temperature is coming off of all those chillers. So it's not like it's 150 degrees now because we've added more, it's just still 117 degrees. And that wind is still going to carry that 117 degrees, the same that it would carry other particles of air. The heat density and the pure energy that comes off continues to rise upwards.
Okay. And then have you had a chance to look into any of the studies that have been performed where they're showing a 6 degree increase, quite a distance away? And how do your models compare? How do I don't know which one to?
Yeah, we've seen studies like that. Honestly, we're trying to see if we can verify anything that's like that, and that's why we did this model is to look for ourselves. So I'm actually the one to perform the model that you guys saw. I perform a lot of the ones that we're doing for CFDs, and then we have also consultants that do them as well.
Okay.
And my goal in doing that model was to investigate if anything like that would occur, and we're not seeing anything like the preliminary reports that we've been reading.
So, some of what I saw.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'd like to make a comment about one of the very salacious headline studies that were performed. If you read it, it's not peer-reviewed. It's based on episodic sampling. And I would note that we were contacted for information after the headline report. So it's almost as if that person is going back and trying to validate a conclusion that was broadcast out there. So it's headline grabbing for sure, but it's not documented with science.
I believe they're going through peer review, and I don't think your data is peer reviewed either. I mean.
No, definitely, that's
just
not the case, but I'm saying one of those that was most salacious, I'm just sharing with you, and I can testify under oath as far as what happened.
Okay, and I looked into them a little bit as well, and I thought it was kind of based off of looking for different data centers from satellites in space and seeing what the heat impact was over time.
How did you look into that?
Reading the studies. Yeah.
Online?
That was one of the studies that I had.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Online?
Yeah.
Using data centers?
Yeah, and I think they excluded some of the outliers that might be in more of an urban area and things like that. That was my understanding of how the study was performed. So I don't know if you guys can comment to that.
No.
Okay.
No, we haven't been able to validate any of that.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. And then when we were on site, also, I know we asked if the generators could be run. There was a comment about some EPA restrictions there. Could you speak to that a little bit?
Absolutely. So all of our generators are permitted by the EPA. We've got very restrictive hours that we can exercise those. So what happened was visitors came on site and asked that we just start up the generators, and we can't do that. So that would violate our EPA permits.
And so that because it's probably polluting a lot. I mean, obviously that's probably what the permit's about. I'm just trying to understand what the impact is of, I believe it'll be 144 generators. I think you had 48 per building, in an emergency. And I'm actually getting some alerts from work. We got a branch that's running off of a generator as we speak. So, just kind of right around it. So anyhow, just trying to understand what that impact would be to our residents if in the event that there's a power outage, what's that air quality going to be like? I understand it's permitted and there's restrictions you have to follow, but there's still pollution, and I believe that Title V is just going to, if that's what you guys have to follow too, is that what it is, Title V for the EPA, or is it?
I don't recall. I was just asking.
It is Title V. Okay.
We're not in the Title V.
Yeah.
Cardell Andrews.
Cardell Andrews also with the line. We're not in the Title V. We're a minor source.
Okay.
Which means we're emitting lower than the Title V. So
Okay.
there's two different levels.
Right. Yeah. And it's kind of a duration thing. So if those generators were running an extended period of time, then that would get you into there. Yeah. So that is a concern. I'm trying to understand if those generators are running. I'm sure that they're, you guys are going to have times where you have to run those for testing and things like that. How can you maybe talk to that a little bit? What's your testing protocol look like? How many do you run at a time?
So part of our submittal to EPA is to show the studies that we run for maintenance. That's how we get it approved to stay under the EPA levels. We basically test them quarterly. It's roughly 2.5 hours per generator.
So when you test them, you're not firing them all at the same time?
We will not fire them all.
You're
It's
staggering
a
them.
single generator each time.
Okay, so what does that look
And
like
there's
then?
42 generators per building, not 48. I
There's
think.
42, okay. What's the calendar wrong? So you're, over what period of time are you testing these? So each one's running quarterly. Over what period of time are you like, is it daily you guys are testing it? Because that's a lot of generators to cycle through.
Yeah, they'll cycle through. They usually start at a certain time, probably depends. And we do this all over. So we always try to coordinate with communities and make sure they understand what time we want to test them. We'll test them throughout that day. Say it's 8 to 5, then they'll stop, then they'll test the rest of them. So it's basically one after the other. And that's how it works for the testing.
So you might be testing them once a quarter over the course of a week. What is that? That's kind of what I'm trying to.
Yeah, I mean, however long it takes to test each generator. So it could be over a week, could be spread out even longer. I mean, we may have a customer that says, don't test this data hall. So we could test 12 and not even test the others until 2 months later. So it's really dependent.
Okay. And how long does each one run?
2.5 hours.
2.5 hours per test.
Correct. So it's 10
You probably
hours,
run a
10
few at a
hours,
time.
10 hours per year per generator.
10 hours per
roughly.
year.
And that includes starting up the generator and shutdown time for the generator.
Okay.
So really the full load is probably like 6 minutes.
Okay.
I mean, sorry, it's probably like a minute. It's even less because that takes time to ramp up. Then it's running full load, then it takes time to ramp down.
It takes an hour to ramp up?
No, I said the overall time per year is probably six minutes for a full year because part of that 10 hours, 6 hours, because part of that 10 hours is ramping up and down. That takes into account. So when we submit that to the EPA, they want us to show the ramp up time and also the ramp down. So it's not just full load ramp running.
Okay. Let's see here. Did AEP give any, they just said they can supply power, which I kind of figured because you wouldn't be applying if they couldn't supply power. Did they give any kind of timeline as far as when they could get off of, when you could get on to, nothing was provided?
Yeah.
Okay. Or, okay. So they didn't give even a range to say 3 to 5 years, 6+ years, nothing like that?
They were for full power, they were, I mean, the original dates that we had talked about with AEP was 2030, I believe. So but nothing, yeah, nothing's concrete as far as.
Okay, so they couldn't get a letter to say by 2030 or anything like that?
Mm.
I think that's what I have for right now. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg.
Tim?
First off, thank you guys for coming back in your presentation. I've tried to focus my questions and comments on the information you've provided today. I don't want to waste your time or ours or the public's rehashing some of the same questions, so I'll jump right in. David, you talked about you brought the rendering of the trees. What do you think the maturity time is to get those to full height? What do you expect?
So each tree dependent, right? So I'd estimate like a 5 to 7 year maturity on those trees.
Okay.
Again, this is a campus that does take a while to construct, and we are putting that berm in and that landscaping in, in that first year of construction. That will be mass graded and then landscaped. So as this campus is built out, which these buildings are, I think they're 18-month construction duration,
Sure.
and then there's still conditioning to get it operational after that. So there's, it'll be a multi-year construction cycle for this campus. So I guess the hope would be as that landscaping continues to mature as it's built out.
Yeah, one of the comments from a previous meeting was about, winter time, obviously what it looks like. Do you have any data on the ratio of coniferous to deciduous trees?
The ratio?
Yeah, like, I don't want it to be a blind screen, like you could just see straight through, is it?
It was submitted, so it's in that landscape plan.
Okay.
I don't know if Matt, yeah, we'd have to look. So it is on there, it's probably pretty small print, but there is a list of all the trees on there and the specific plantings.
All right. One of your last questions on the answer sheet there was about the gas usage, 15,000 decatherms per day, I believe it was described. I mean, that's quite a bit, supply and demand with the natural gas. Do you have any studies or anything on the impact of gas prices for the residents in the area? I can't even calculate how many houses that would take up.
No, I don't have anything that would say, speak to that.
I believe Travis and I forget his other name, I apologize, that did the sound studies. Are your studies, have you done studies for a line before?
Yes.
Were these studies, I keep hearing the word simulated, I keep hearing models. Were any of the sound studies or heat plume studies, were the actual data, or is this all just simulated?
So for the studies that we submit like this, they are all simulations. I mean, we have the equipment that we're using is based on actual measurements of the equipment. So we have we're not guessing at what the noise levels are from the equipment. That's been laboratory tested. But in terms of the actual calculations to go through what is being presented, say what the results will be, that is done with a computer model which takes into account the locations of the equipment, the elevations of it, all of the topography, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So all that is included in the model. We have done verification, post occupancy verifications. We don't do it for too many of the data centers, just from a purely contracting standpoint. We're not asked to, but when we do, it's verifying that the models that we're doing are providing accurate results.
Thank you. In one of the previous meetings, you had mentioned the routine maintenance on the closed loop water systems. I'm assuming there's some sort of filters, scrubbers with these, is that correct? Strainers. Yeah. Where is the end of the line for this byproduct? Where is it ending up into the line?
Yeah, I mean, so the closed loop system is closed. The strainers are just like pool strainers, and what they do is they take them out. They use like a net, basically we call it a sock. That sock then goes into a barrel. But I mean, these things there's
little water coming off. If you think about a pool and you pull a strainer out, there's minimal water. So they tote those up, and then they figure out how to, based on the AHJ, wherever jurisdiction we're in, how to dispose of them.
So where do they end up?
Most of the times the water is so low that most of the cities that we work in allow us to just go into the drain. So
It's being put into the earth?
if in some cases, it just depends, but I would say that depending on where we are, most of the times the water has nothing in it. I mean, you heard Joe just explain, this is deionized water.
Yeah, I'm not arguing the water. I'm just talking about the byproduct that is filtered during routine maintenance that you perform. I think you said around every 3 to 5 years or something like that. Just trying from recollection, how often is, you're shaking your head no, so how often is that routine maintenance done?
The closed loop system is not replaced every 3 to 5 years.
Not replaced, but
No,
is there any
not at all.
filtering or
It's
is there
there.
any?
It's, yeah.
Just the strainer, that's it.
So the closed loop system, of course, we're gonna monitor it. We wanna make sure nothing gets in there. So what Cardell was just describing is looking at a filter to make sure there's nothing in there. So when you lift that up, there's gonna be drops of water. We contain that. It's deionized water, the AHJ will comply with any requirements.
Sure.
They don't have requirements, and I think the Ohio EPA confirmed that as well. But that, when we've talked about refreshing equipment, that is an industry, that's for our customers. That has nothing to do with any refreshing of our deionized water and our closed loop system.
So in those filters that are pulled out, there's absolutely no byproduct removed and disposed of?
No. And what Cardell was just describing, a sock, as we inspect, and a pail, just because you don't want water on the floor.
There's no drains inside the building, so it's not going to any drain system. That's why.
Okay. In the very beginning of your presentation, you reiterated what our goals are and what our responsibilities are, and that's to look at code. Do you meet and are you compliant with the current Pataskala City Code? 125520, Section B, Item 2, advances the general health and safety of the city of Pataskala. Advances. Please tell me how a line data center and this campus will advance the health and safety of our citizens.
You want to take it, or? I'd say just on the tax revenue, the employment, obviously, the technology that we use every day and what we provide as a service. You know, we're an enterprise business, but we are part of the community, and we're not doing within that code and everything that we've looked at and everything we've tried to do through the 4 meetings that we've had with you guys is to provide answers to your questions and to show that, you know, our buildings are, you know, it's innocuous. It's not gonna be any different than anything else that's in the industrial park. We'll actually, you know, we'll have less city services, less traffic, and provide, you know, more tax revenue for the town. I see us as a good operator within that industrial park.
I guess just to answer your specific question, health and safety.
Yes.
We are complying with every state, federal, and local city code. That's what we are here to address and show. We did the sound, we're showing the emissions on our generators. We have provided the deionized water. It looks like it was submitted to the EPA, showing that we comply with that. I think we are light levels, we actually showed that in previous submittals. I think we're showing every step of the way that we are complying locally, federally, and through the state. So to me, that shows that we're meeting that standard.
And just applying the same standard to the other occupants in the industrial park, be it Illuminate, be it the racing car company, and the standard that you applied for the health and safety or welfare as they came into the industrial park. I think we are orders of magnitude better. Obviously, I'm biased, but certainly the tax revenue can do an awful lot to help the community.
Last question, and it was my first question, and I don't know that it's been completely answered. The public, there's a lot of eyes, a lot of optics on your project, of course. I'm a citizen, my commission here is citizens. How are a day in the life, how are our lives better because of your campus being here?
Certainly, I think the tax revenue, citing the millions of dollars that will be generated, that will fund budgets that I think your community can put to great use. It'll assist the schools, fund the schools. So I think it is a tremendous benefit across the board. I've heard countless instances of people accessing stuff online. The organized opposition is all via Facebook. The irony that we empower our opposition, the studies that are being done, the research that's being done, the YouTube clips that are being passed around, people find value in what we're doing. We're working really, really hard to try to bring that. Take it one more step. AI dominance is a national security issue. This is a priority for our country. If China wins the race, who knows what's going to happen? I see a lot of American flags and things. They should be in favor of data center development, AI dominance. There was an article last weekend about in Sweden and the role that AI has played in hospitals, dramatically reducing wait times, massively increasing productivity, and detection of cancers and other things. So this is not about pro-AI, anti-AI. This is about a building that's going to house electronics that everybody uses every day. It's going to be a massive benefit for the community.
Thank you for the answer. Just a comment. I appreciate what you're saying, but I do think there's still a lot of information that's to be learned by yourself as a company, by our city, and by even our country, the world, as we develop this technology, such as closed loop. Sounds like a closed loop sounds like a great thing, but there's still a lot of unknowns that we are all learning about. I know one of the thoughts that I had earlier, are you willing to commit a minimum amount of what you're going to directly contribute to schools and the public? You're saying that it's going to make schools better, and I don't mean just the tax revenue that gets filtered into the system. The real estate tax is Licking County. Is there going to be minimum joint co-op projects with schools, vocational centers, things like that?
Well, I'm glad you asked that question, and I don't know. So we got the property taxes. One thing that we can speak to is Aligned Academy, which is a new program. We launched it October, November. We have a director leading that who has spent an awful lot of time with CTEC, for example. And this is a program for critical facilities technicians, workforce development. It started in Northern Virginia. It's been exported around the country. Maricopa County took the curriculum and has had great success with it. What we want to do, because we're going to need thousands of workers, and we always hire local to the extent possible, because you do not want to take somebody from, name a location, a metro location, comes to whatever town it is, and they decide after a year, hey, this wasn't right for me. So it's always best to hire locally. They've got the roots down. That's where you want to hire. And we're trying to develop that workforce development, and we're in active discussions with CTEC right now. I don't believe I'm speaking out of turn, but this is also a program that we're looking to bring to multiple other communities. I sat with Governor Pritzker a couple of years ago. In the next Illinois budget, for example, there was a line item for a couple $1 million for community colleges, for critical facilities technicians, data center development. These are good paying jobs, and this is a career that's not going away. And you don't need a 4-year degree. You can come out of college, you can go to community college, you can earn while you learn, and this is a tremendous opportunity. So we fully expect, I can't make a commitment, but we fully expect to do that. That's just part of our DNA.
Just a last thought, I'll defer to my time. I still think there's a reason that other municipalities are asking for moratoriums, because there's still information they don't know. There's information we don't know. There's still a lot to be learned. I'm sure some of it is fear, absolutely acknowledge that. But I still think, your commission's bringing you still quite a bit of questions, because there's just a lack of knowledge base there.
I would invite you to please look at your code. We have satisfied all the requirements. This is a site plan application. We're seeking a recommendation for approval of our site plan. Not the construction, the permitting, et cetera, that'll be down the line. This is site plan approval, and we respectfully request a recommendation for approval.
Thank you. David?
To echo what everybody else said, thank you guys very much for trying to be responsive, trying. First question I have is for Travis about the heat transfer. I'm more concerned with the heat levels above the buildings, and you showed in your graphs on a 32-degree day, the temperature rise is 6.5 degrees higher above that building, and I couldn't tell to what altitude that was. And also on the 97-degree day, I saw temperatures of 127 degrees. I'm not a microclimatologist, but I think that there's reason to be concerned about those levels of heat in a particular spot, creating their own microclimate. And I don't know if you have any information to share regarding that, but I mean, I think it's a real concern. Is there going to be in certain parts of the year a constant fog over this building because of the heat rise above it mixing in with the humidity in the air? I think that it's a concern.
Totally. So I think I can at least, I don't know if I can answer all of that, but I think I can explain a little bit about what's happening. So yes, the heat does go up. The heat does come off the building, so it has to go somewhere. The good thing about that is above the building, there's miles of air that is in the atmosphere, right? So it does go up, and as it goes up, there's more and more air for it to dissipate into, and it gets spread out basically. So I don't know how far it would take. We can look at that graph because the visual is pretty demonstrative of where it goes. But I think it was about 1,000 feet or so. The heat has spread out so much that it's just like 1,000 feet from the building. There's no perception of the difference between the standard ambient and the ambient itself.
But that was 1,000 feet horizontal,
1,000 feet.
not 1,000
I think
feet
it's
up.
also 1,000 feet up. I know that's yeah. We can look to it. So yeah, just looking at this. So the temperatures there. It's hard to tell in this graph. We'll call it the lightest, most blue. There looks like just over 1,000 feet or so. It's almost transformed to completely 32 degrees. And the reason for that is, like I said, there is a vast sea of air above the buildings. So yes, the heat does go up, and it is hotter directly above the building than below the building. But that, as far as like that will impact our chillers and not the surrounding space. As far as the fog. I don't know what would cause that fog. I know there's some meteorological conditions that can cause some sort of inversion or things like that. I think typically what I know about those is actually colder air traps in the heat rather than vice versa. So the heat will continue to rise. Like I've lived in Phoenix for 10 years. We had conditions sometimes where cold air would form a ceiling and not allow heat to escape. I think that would be the reverse condition of this. The heat is going to go up and it will continue to rise. We aren't causing any type of inversion pattern. If we produced really cold air and got it above everything, we might, but that's the opposite of what's occurring. So I personally don't think that there would be any concern of that. I'm not a meteorologist, so that's probably as far as I can go on that one. But yeah, I do understand the question. It totally makes sense. Great question.
Thank you. The other question I have is regarding AEP. Did you bring anybody from AEP today? Is there anybody here?
No, we've asked, but they want time.
Do you, in your conversations with them, have they told you whether they have submitted to the Ohio Power Siting Board any plans for their substation or installation from, because what I understand is that their portion of the work is considered a major utility facility and has to go before the Ohio Siting Board.
That's correct.
Has that been started?
That process has not been started.
So what is your plan B if they don't get approval for that?
I guess we'd have to look. I mean, we'd
So
have to,
I don't know if you're aware, but today news came out. The Ohio Supreme Court rejected an application for a solar generation facility in Madison County, and the reason was because of the Ohio Power Siting Board application and the substation issues, screening, size, design of it. So what happens if you build this thing and the AP doesn't get approval? Do we have a big shell that
Yeah,
is sitting there
we
useless?
Yeah, the first building, we don't need the substation. It's all off the Bloom area.
Boom goes to same,
Same.
same process. So we wouldn't build, buildings without power. So we'd have to go through that process. And AP would have to go through that process.
But by that time, we won't be able to see any of the whatever AP is proposing. It would be beyond our purview at that point, correct?
To be at the state level.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's something that the state reviews and approves. It's a distinction. We've provided you those preliminary drawings, for those Bloom fuel cells. We've brought Bloom in to just discuss those with you guys. And then we've restricted as far as what that area looks like, on the site plan. So that's as far as I can do. They still have to go through that permitting process, with the Ohio Siting Board.
That's all. Thanks.
Good, thanks. Jerry?
So I just want to go off of that just to get a good understanding. You're not going to start building unless AEP has that permit, right, for the buildings that you need that for, correct?
We would, so there's two different distinctions of power. There's power coming from, like the electrical grid, and there's power coming from the Bloom Energy fuel cells, right? So we would build off of, both power sources.
But you said you build the first one, but you probably wouldn't build the others if they don't get
The
that.
Bloom fuel cells are, which is the item that goes to the Ohio Sitting Power Board.
Okay, thank you.
So, yeah.
No, thank you. I also want to say thank you to you guys. You guys have been thorough on answering your questions. You guys have followed through on everything that we've asked. We understand what you're saying too about what we're here to do, and I appreciate you relaying that and that to us too. So thank you guys for everything you guys have done. I'm gonna kind of just jump around here. One of the things, and I know solar is a bad word when we're talking about solar fields and everything like that, but you have a lot of space there. Something to think about down the road is if you put solar into there, you know, does that add to issues with our infrastructure, or does that help reduce some of the electricity that you need inside that? Because you have a whole building that you wiped out. Something to think about that can become internal for yourselves. I know that's not for me to say that I can't do that because you didn't, but that's something to think about. Let's see here. Going to my next thing with Travis, with the heat distribution. I appreciate everything that you brought into that. One thing I didn't see in there, and again, I may piggyback a little bit off of what David's saying, but I didn't see in there much about humidity, because in Arizona, there's low humidity, high heat. Here, there's high humidity. And what happens, I do a lot of lamination all around the country, and I have issues during the extreme heat and the extreme cold because of the humidity and the moisture that's not there. Do you have any studies with that? Because the only time I can do $10 million worth of lamination, and then in that one extreme on both sides, dead of winter, dead of summer, my lamination warps, delaminates, and everything.
Totally, yeah. So I'll start by saying this. So the cool closed loop system that we're deploying, the air-cooled chillers, for starters, it's entirely reliant on the dry bulb. And what I mean by that is that humidity is not a part of the performance of the chiller whatsoever. So, and the reason for that is because of we're not using any evaporative process. So just right off the bat, the performance of the chiller varies zero with the humidity. So really what we're looking at is the temperature traveling differently because of humidity? We have done models like that, and I have not seen any impact on that. Now the question might be, why didn't we show something like that? We only had time to do these 3 models for this, and we did as thorough as we could have with that. I did not consider humidity, in my past doing all these models, I have not considered humidity to be a significant factor. So I chose to not show humidity, a varying humidity, because I know from my past experience that it didn't have any effect. That said, that would be a model that would be something we could look at, and we have looked at, but we just didn't have the opportunity to be able to run that as part of this package of simulations. That said, I don't expect humidity to have any impact whatsoever on the air traveling and the wind taking it with it. If anything, I would say that a higher humidity, which is not the condition model here, would probably have a detriment to the carrying prospects. So I think that water might retard the travel of the heat, and I don't think that it would get any worse than this. I think it would only improve what we're showing. So to me, this would be the worst case scenario of what we're reflecting, which is the dry winter day and a dry summer day. Both of those, I think I have to check on actually what we use. It's a mean coincident again. So the wind speed that we use is corresponding to the temperatures. There is a humidity that also averagely corresponds to those temperatures. So 97 degrees outside in Pataskala City has a certain humidity associated with it, and that's what is reflected in the model.
Okay. Thank you. And again, I appreciate all the charts you guys have done and everything. I mean, you guys have gone beyond, and I'll get to that in a few more seconds here. Going to the acoustical portion, the sound. Gregory, thank you again for your very in-depth information. I happen to do panels for acoustical for universities and auditoriums and that. So does your panels that are up there that are deflectors, as I've understood right now, is there any acoustical absorption value into that, or is that something you might be able to look at down the road to absorb that instead of deflecting it out? And like you said, it goes up. Is there a way to keep it in there?
No, it's a fair question.
With microfiber holes or micro?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. So we, in other applications, we absolutely use barrier walls that have it's oftentimes a metal outer wall, a perforated metal inner wall, mineral fiber core that's protected with a bag. Sounds like you're familiar with that kind of product. So we definitely use those kind of barrier walls in certain scenarios. And that's particularly where you're going to have the barrier wall either near or opposite another solid wall, or if you're enclosing a very relatively small area where you're worried about the sound reverberating back and forth between the wall surfaces. In between. And in those cases, that kind of a perforated wall does make a significant difference. When you're dealing with the large fields of an area where you have the wall and then there's equipment and there's a large distance behind it, the delta in performance, the improvement in performance with the absorption on the wall in that particular case is really minimal. And from a cost benefit analysis, you're actually better building your wall slightly higher than you are changing the product out to a perforated metal one. So I would say that in this kind of a situation, we wouldn't find it to be the most effective application for that kind of product. But in general, we do certainly use that in other situations. And there have been other, again, not this data center, other data centers where we've had a smaller generator yard where we're putting a barrier wall around the generators. Those kind of situations, we would use that kind of a product, but no.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I guess my last thing still goes back to you, David. Again, thank you for everything you've done. I know you guys have tried to get AEP in here. I read their letters. They're not coming in. I mean, they've made it very clear they're not coming in. I would love to see, again, a lot of this is going to be going forward because we're just here to worry about the property and all that. But I would love to see companies like yourself, and you guys seem like one of those companies. I've driven all around the Licking County area and the Franklin County area and seen what all the other companies have done. And you guys have gone over and above what they've done, and I appreciate that. I would love to still see something wrote into there to where if the infrastructure, whether it be gas, water, or electric, was to change, that the cost would go back towards the fees for where that data is and who you're storing that data for. Just something that I would like for you guys to think about down the road. It seems it's really hard because one of the things we have is the safety of the people and the economy and everything else that also falls within our restrictions and jurisdictions. Just something to think about, because we can't control what AEP is going to do. And those are things, and the same with the gas and that. So I just would put that into your guys' thoughts to think about for things down the road, because it's a shame, all these things. And Joe, you did a great job of showing your electric load and growth and all that stuff. Yes, and how it's cheaper. But for some reason, AEP keeps going this way. So, and because you're pulling the electric and things like that. So I would just love to see a program and a design that actually does not hurt the residents who don't get anything out of it. I understand we get the, the use of our computers and all that stuff, but go
Tax
ahead.
benefit.
I'll let you go.
And let it be known that we do pay for all of our electrical infrastructure. So be it a contribution to native construction, substation builds, whatever it is, we pay for that electrical infrastructure. That is not going into the rate base. The other reason with this design and our bring your own generation, and I'll go back a couple more, the benefit of that is with the AI dominance plan and the ratepayer protection pledge, which we have taken, by the way, the president and the hyperscalers all announced it. We're bringing our own generation. The Bloom fuel cells are separate from the AEP regulated entity. So this is outside of the tariff that the residential taxpayers basically get their service from. This is a separate company, and it's AEP and their differently regulated entity that's taking the risk on the Bloom fuel cells.
And again, thank you guys for everything. You guys have been transparent as you can be, and you guys have brought a lot. I do appreciate everything you guys have done to try to answer all our questions. Great job. That's all I have.
Thank you, Jerry. I'll echo Jerry's comments, and I appreciate the effort you put in. I have two specific questions. One of them, you probably, I don't know if you can answer. It's kind of leveraging off what Dave and Jerry asked with the power siting board. AEP also has to apply to the grid operator, PJM, I believe, to connect. And do you know what the status of that is?
I don't believe this load would trigger that.
Okay.
I think it's much larger loads if I'm not, if I'm not
I
mistaken.
wasn't sure about the level and where that stood. I know PJM had some issues where they held everything for a couple of years, and
Yep.
they're just now reactivating.
And I would note that Aligned as a company in another jurisdiction is very proactive on that with those larger loads. So if that was required, we would have done it, but this load does not trigger that.
Okay. And then the other question had to do with the income tax revenue that we would see. I know in some of the earlier applications, you had a projection for how many full-time employees. That's been an issue that data centers in general, everybody will complain, because a lot of construction jobs, ongoing operations, I think 111 was the number I saw. And then what about, once you're in a production mode, ongoing operations, do you have regular contractors that come in to do things like swap out equipment, and then are they going to be subjected to the income tax, and is that included in your projection?
That is not. That is not included, so that would be additional. What I would note is, people can't eat their cake and have it too. And I only bring that up because what we've seen and the economic studies is that data centers are actually the best rateable to come into a community. In Loudoun County, Virginia, data center capital of the world, data centers contribute over $800 million a year in taxes. And not having a whole lot of employees is actually a benefit because there's less burden on the roads. There's less police and fire. We don't have demands on those. It's not 1,000 school kids that are going into your school that then require building a school. So we believe that data centers actually hit that sweet spot. The other thing is that the number of permanent jobs is not representative of the overall economic impact. And PricewaterhouseCoopers, I believe, is the big three, the big four, whatever they are now. They did a study and they found that for every data center jobs, there's another 5.6 jobs created. And that's those people who are coming in, doing the swapping of the equipment, the low voltage cabling, the support staff for hospitality, food, things like that. And we've seen that in our other communities as well. In Loudoun County, just to go back, because they've got the most experience, a caterer came in and said it was the data center industry and the business generated from that allowed me to send my kid to a private school because of that economic impact. So that was another job that was created, the barber and others as well. So there's tech jobs, and then there's jobs that you don't even think about that were captured in this study. And again, for every job, 5.6, the US Chamber of Commerce a number of years ago said it was like 11. That seemed a little high. So 5.6 definitely seems about right.
Thank you. Alex.
So first off, thank y'all for coming. Thank y'all for doing everything. By the way, the sound, informational, on point, probably the best representation of all of that, and the most detailed and thorough technical explanation of how this functions. I do have a question about it, so if you don't mind. Obviously, per the code, it is a DBA.
Yes.
However, as you stated, sound is simply pressure waves through the air, and therefore, at a DBC, though you may not necessarily hear a deafening tone per se, or perceive a deafening tone is actually probably the correct way to state that.
Yeah.
It still does directly affect the individual as they are receiving the pressure waves into their ears,
Sure,
as it
of course,
currently
absolutely.
states. Which is a reason why if you go into high vibration areas, like it matters for the DBC as much as it matters for
Absolutely.
everything else. And so therefore, even though our code does not have DBC, then you would agree that DBC potentially is a better measurement for things of industrial nature than, not that this would affect anything according to y'all's.
No, of course. I think that that some of the I'm based in Illinois, so I work with the Illinois code an awful lot, and that one actually has individual levels per octave band. They're not even so you could say, hey, what's the DBA, what's the DBC, but what are the individual octave bands as well. So I would say that typically in the way that the Illinois code one, for example, is written, the level in DBC is 13 decibels higher than the level of DBA. It's a fairly balanced spectrum, and so it's something that we've found typically people respond pretty well to. So in this case, it's not a requirement, but if you were looking at it to say 60 dBA is our code, which would let's say we were translating it to 73. We were all of our models were showing levels that were below that, that were well below that for each of the operations. So yes, DBC it's a perfectly reasonable way to look at it. It's tough to look at it without there being a standard that's assessed, and you're trying to assess. This is my DBC number. This is my DBA number. It's tough to kind of say, well, no, I know my DBA. What's my equivalent DBC? That's a tough question to answer sometimes. But when you're dealing with a balanced sound spectrum, it's 13 decibels of difference is plus or minus 2 is a pretty reasonable conversion from DBA to DBC usually. And in this case, all of our models, I don't have them all in front of me. I apologize, but I believe that we were ranging from 7 to 11 dBc higher than DBA. You can check that; it's in the report, so you can. If I said that wrong, I apologize, but that's what I believe the numbers were stating, and we can double check that in the report.
I believe there were several that were slightly above that, but again, it directly would not impact this because it was under the DBC, and we don't. Code currently does not require that.
Great.
Secondary question to that, and you mentioned that the measurements for determining the sound for the specific site itself is measured off of the expectations of the equipment, right? Because like you say inside a lab, and then determining the final sound output of the site itself, right? Do y'all as an organization, or do you know, are there physical measurements that are being done in the real world to measure that and then build those models, or is this models out of a lab? Again, like you could take a machine, stick it in a room and measure the
No, absolutely. So that's a good question. So this is applicable for the chillers, rooftop units, generators, all of these, all of the equipment that we're concerned about that makes noise. All of that equipment, there are standards that are written by ASTM, the American Standard of Testing and Materials. Forgive me, I shouldn't have even tried to say that on the record, what that was for. But ASTM.
We're impressed that you did.
It's a standards organization. It's one of the main standards organizations in the United States. And so they have worked over decades to try and create testing standards that replicate real life conditions. So, every one of these diffusers has an ASTM test standard on it. Every one of all the kinds of the air handling units that serve a building like this, as well as every other type of building, they're tested according to ASTM standards. And every once in a while, there's a standard that we've had enough experience with to know that we should probably take that with a slight grain of salt and use this other measurement along with that. The measurements for outdoor equipment are pretty good. They're really pretty good. And in addition to the lab testing, one of the things we've done is, the numbers of chillers that are getting ordered and put on top of data centers is massive. So when we have something where there is an extremely critical location, sometimes there's what's called a mock-up test, where they actually test the equipment, and if there's any particular noise control, it's applied to it. Again, nothing that's necessary here, but some of our in urban settings, for example. So when we've done the mock-up tests of the chillers with our own testing and our own equipment, it's in very close compliance with the ASTM standards to the point that we're comfortable with it. And just so you know, I have an engineering degree. I do everything with a little bit of belt and suspenders. There's always conservatism built into these calculations. We're not calculating down to 1/10 of a decibel and saying, yay, we can apply by 1/10 of a decibel, because that's not trustworthy in the real world. So we always are making sure that we have a few decibels of play at least built into our analyses, and that's something which is consistent across our industry. So.
Absolutely. Wonderful. Thank you. Moving on, pass down to heat. So similar questions in the context of this. So I'm not sure what studies everybody else was referencing. There was a study, and I say a study loosely because I didn't dig into the full credentials of the individuals running the study, but they did measurements in the field of a data center. And it was quite similar to the models that y'all have, only they were slightly higher. To the extent that I believe the testing site they did was in Arizona, and it was 500 meters at 0.6 degrees Fahrenheit, which for this context would be about 1,500 meters, I believe, or 500 meters would be about 1,500 feet, if I remember correctly. I think that sounds right, somewhere in that ballpark. And so do y'all do physical testing similar to the sound and then apply that into the context of this? And then also, in the context of heat dissipation, the concern obviously having 72 megawatts versus 324 and the compounding effect. That's something that's really concerning to me because 0.6 at 1,000 feet isn't so bad, but if it's actually a multiplier and that's roughly 4.5 times, even if we're 90%, that's 4 times, that ends up being at 1,000 feet, roughly several degrees, right?
Sure. Yeah. So, great question. I think the Phoenix is a great example of what I would respond to that with, which is we don't do a lot of going out in the field and taking temperatures, and the reason why is because, like Phoenix, the sun shines on the ground, that ground absorbs the heat and then radiates it back off. I don't know how you would do a really good experiment with that with isolating the variables that are probably causing that heat impact. So, for instance, I ran a model with the same conditions as our models here. It was 97 degrees in the air, and I jacked up the temperature on the ground a little bit to see what would happen if the sun hit the ground, made the ground kind of hot, and radiated back up. And the effect from the ground temperature is hugely, astronomically more than the effect from our generators or our chillers. And the reason for that is because the chillers are rejecting heat, and it is really just spreading out straight up or slightly to the sides. It's going upwards and it's rising. The ground is below us, and so if the heat that's coming off of the ground will impact the heat that we're going to feel, and that you will feel. And so Do we have examples of testing, and those tests that the reports you're referencing? I would say it is I don't know how you would isolate those variables to determine what heat's coming from the ground versus what's coming from the car that you're in. One of the tests I think we saw was, the guy was driving around with a handheld thermometer. The engine exhaust from your car, that I don't know how you control for that. You're driving, let's say we're driving one direction, we make a slight turn, and now the exhaust that I just sent out, I am now driving through. That's gonna make a bigger effect than our chillers that are 1,000 feet away. And I don't know how you would control for that. So,
I can say this, in the study, like, one of the things talked about was controlling for wind factor. It was in enclosed filaments,
There's
measuring, and then they also measured it at the opposite side versus the downwind side. Obviously, the other factor in here, and I'm curious to find out this, is these are all measured at the point of building, but obviously heat that was not present previously would not be calculated into those simulations, right? So like if it's 0.6 downwind of what is currently the ambient temperature, if it is affecting ambient temperature around the space and raising the overall ambient temperature over time, then that wouldn't be calculated into that, correct?
So actually it is. So these simulations are run iteratively, thousands and thousands, until they reach a steady state condition. So everything you're seeing in that model is the heat being generated, and if it's not leaving and it's raising heat in the model, in the system that we're looking at, the program will not complete. So what we do is we put our input conditions in, we tell the system how much heat we're generating, we tell it the boundary conditions, and then we hit run, and we let it run until it reaches zero change in the model, and that we call that a convergence. And that convergence means the model is complete and we are at steady state operating conditions. So the temperature you're seeing is including everything that's coming off the building.
Okay, so that's the ambient temperature is actually everything cold.
Yes.
And then the buildup from that
Exactly.
ambient
We
temperature.
put in cold 97, but we want it to say, account for all the heat that's coming off this building, show us where it goes, show us what happens to it, and show us how it interacts with the 97 that used to exist. As far as the variables, there are so many variables in that, to actually go out and measure, that I am super interested in that. I would, as I consider a science engineer, like that's what I do for a living. I'm definitely interested in doing those experiments, and I have tried myself. I go out to the rooftop because we're also interested in how this affects our rooftop and how it affects our chillers. So I've spent time on a Phoenix roof at 120-degree weather and stood out there with a little anemometer and measured the wind and measured the temperature and tried to get data. I've gotten some good stuff, but yeah, it would escape me right now of how I could properly control for the hundreds of variables that I would see outside of the data center. So I have then turned to the models that I create and try to use those as best as I can, and we find a lot of value in those.
Understood. Kind of unrelated but related, we sit in a space that has airplanes flying over. Has there been any conversation about that with local groups? Because obviously with that heat rising like that, these are coming in for landing, and so they can be quite low. And would that create potential uplift for them? Side note, you might want to check that, see if that could potentially cause some things down the line. It'd be a terrible tragedy if something happened along those lines, being so close to that space. Because like they fly directly over my house.
No, totally fair. I don't know that we've looked at that. It's not something.
I was just gonna say, I don't normally, that's not pertaining to anything we're dealing with. I just figure I'd mention that as well to y'all.
We look at like FAA, they usually have rings around airports just to see if you're within an FAA district, and then you start looking at impacts like that.
Yeah, I was just, as I was watching the thing up there, it came to mind, and I just figured I'd put it out there in case y'all had not, because again, not really because it affects anything here. And with all of that said, I did have one question around the electrical approval side of that. They talked about it for the actual, now my mind's going blank. The Bloom Energy, is it going to require the same approval chains as the construction for the transformers and so forth, the substation? Or is that a separate, like, because obviously the substation has to go through the state board. Is the Bloom Energy also going to have to go through a state board approval, or is it something completely separate?
Correct. So the Bloom fuel cells goes through the Ohio City Power Board.
Okay, so they both will have to go through that process.
Correct.
before they would be able to be built.
Correct.
And so in theory, based upon the commentary that they were making, you really wouldn't build the structures until one of those were approved, probably the Bloom first, because it would be the thing that's the power generation on site.
Right.
All right. I just wanted to clarify that and make sure that was understood. And that pretty much answers most of my questions related to the information here. So.
Okay, thanks. Any follow-up questions for the applicants?
I do.
Okay.
I thought they might cover them, but some of them didn't get covered. So I want to thank all of the constituents here that are waiting patiently and listening. And it's a long night, and we may be here for another couple hours on this subject. So just kind of be aware of that. We were here until 1 o'clock in the morning a couple months ago. So, all right. You said there'd be no AI.
No.
At the very beginning, that's what I heard you say. But then
No.
we know that there's, well,
No.
what did you mean?
What I said was, we're building a building. It's up to our customers to decide what goes in that building. So we are the landlord. We're working on a site plan. We're seeking approval, a recommendation for approval of a site plan to build the data center. That building itself doesn't consume a lot of power. It's gonna be the servers that go into the building that consume the power. So I don't know what's funny.
I understand
I'm
what
just
you're
talking
saying.
reality.
It could be AI, it possibly
We
could
have no
not be
idea.
AI. You don't know.
Correct.
Nothing changes on the building, nothing changes on the power, it's still the same building structure, it's still the same power, it's just what goes inside.
Okay, I wanted to
Is it a
clarify
couch
that.
or a chair?
We don't know.
I got you.
Yeah.
All right. You know, like you said, the part of the code is not for us to debate AI or AGI.
Agreed.
I think. That's
I
my
agree.
understanding as far as, I know you've made the presentation and the argument that everyone wants it because everyone's using it, but, or not everyone, but, you know.
No, the argument, I'm sorry to interrupt. The argument we're making is you have a code and we're building a building in compliance with that. So we're
I
out to
understand.
seek and demonstrate that we are complying with your code.
I understand.
Okay,
I'm just reviewing the comments for
It's fair enough.
for the residents that came, and they have concerns.
Yep.
Okay, so we want them to know that they're being heard.
Absolutely.
We all have concerns about AI. All of the top AI inventors have concerns about, I mean, Elon Musk is the first one that comes to mind. Even though he likes AI, he has grave concerns about it. So I think a lot of the concern about data centers is what they're producing. Most of what I hear feedback is people don't want data centers because they don't want AI. They want data centers, but they don't want AI per se. So and the push, and we understand that, you know, the federal government is all on board for AI. The argument is about China, and there are also arguments that are saying China's not pushing it. China has their own goals, and they're completely different from American goals with AI. So, you know, I don't want to argue about the
I agree.
purposes of it, but
I totally agree. Yes.
so that being said, I have to throw this out there. I have a friend who has she has a truck, a new truck. She's had it for about a year. And she has a Samsung or Google phone, and her husband has an Apple phone. 3 weeks ago, her phone was connected to her car, her car is connected to Google. Her truck's connected to Google. It will not let her pull into her garage anymore. It's saying it won't fit, you cannot do it. It completely is blocking her. But her husband, when he's in the car and it's using his phone, his Apple phone, he can do it. So there's some major concerns about AI. But I just want you to, this is why people don't want it. All right, I just had to throw that out.
She should talk to a 13-year-old kid or who'll do this and figure it out.
Maybe. But it's just
No,
that
I
kind
hear
of
you.
thing,
Yeah. No, I'm
All
trying to
right.
bring it back to the physical real estate.
Anyway, what I do want to say about the JED application.
Yes.
Do you have a draft copy of that? Maybe is there any kind of,
No, we don't. So we asked, for you guys to make it a condition of approval. I thought that was the easiest way to kind of address that. So we have the application, we haven't filed it yet or put it together yet. If you guys, condition of approval, we'd move forward with putting that, in place.
how did that kind of come about? Because that wasn't something that you were considering before.
The history of it was, I think the rest of the industrial park is within the JED. We originally assumed that JED extended to this property. It did not, and so when we started with the CRA application, we realized that this was not part of the JED. So we were pursuing that CRA application, thinking that we were part of the JED. So we've totally flipped it, where we're no longer pursuing the CRA application and we're entering the JED. So everything's to Pataskala's benefit.
Okay, so that kind of explains, because there was confusion about, initially, we were told you did apply, and then you didn't apply, so it kind of sounded like you guys were kind of being shady. So you're saying that you were kind of in the middle of it?
It was just that we originally thought we were within the JED, and we weren't, and so,
Our local council can address it.
Oh, yes, I have a question for you anyway.
Connie Klima.
Welcome to the party.
When Align began their discussions with the city on the site, and we were planning on submitting the application, we met with Tim and the administration and discussed the CRA, which of course everyone expected new industry to request. And we started going through the numbers, and after I think our first meeting with you or so, we decided that Align decided that it would probably be best not to apply for the CRA, and in support of the community that didn't want them to do that. We assumed that this property was in the JED. We were then alerted by Scott Fulton that this portion of the park, as are some other portions of the park, were not in the JED. And I talked to Aligned, and I said, I know that, for instance, Meyer Shank had been in a portion of the park when they first applied that had the JED. And when they found out they had the JED, they moved across the street so they wouldn't have to be in the JED. And they were approved, of course. But I said, I don't think that's a very good idea. And Aligned discussed it and said, we will do this. We will withdraw our CRA application or activity, and we will request to be in the JED, which hopefully satisfies everything and provides the income tax, additional income tax, but does not permit them to be exempt on the increased value of their property, which is huge. And I think it's a very wonderful community outpouring that they have shown in doing that.
So I had a note on that from someone that asked me to ask you something.
Okay.
Lots of minutes.
I'm still gonna be here, so.
So, yeah, if I find it, I'll let you know.
Okay.
All right. The other question was regarding the ongoing discussions with the Senate hearings on data centers. And my original question to staff about whether or not what is being applied for here would be affected by decisions made at those hearings.
I think the answer to that is like any topic. Right now, there are these things going on, these discussions with the Senate. On other topics with industry, there are things going on. The current code is all you are here to enforce and all you can enforce. And we know that times change and we learn. There are ways of initiating changes to your code because the planning commission, its charge is to enforce the code and not to reach outside of it and not to have fears about what may come, but to use those fears to investigate and if need be, initiate a change to the code.
I'm aware, we are aware of that.
I know you are.
I just want to, I mean, a yes or a no.
Okay. Say the question
I
again.
guess it would be no. The current discussions, because here's my concern. All right, so you're aware of what's going on with Hilliard and the plant, they are in, I think it's still in litigation regarding the data center there, right?
The last time I reviewed it, which was a couple months ago, yes.
Okay, so this is, okay, may I read? All right, Hilliard's dispute revolves around Amazon Web Services altering its power plans. The city is appealing an Ohio EPA air permit after utility company AEP Ohio, partnering with AWS, bypassed local zoning. They cited a state law that gave the Ohio Power Siting Board exclusive jurisdiction over the massive natural gas fuel cell array. The situation escalated in 2025 and 2026 as residents and local government learned that after the data center was approved in 2022, developers altered their strategy to include massive behind-the-meter energy solutions. So part of the core issues with that are that the fuel cells that AEP proposed, now that was a massive 228 unit fuel cell facility, that creates a mini power plant. And the residents' fear was that it would negatively impact air quality and pose fire safety risks near neighborhoods and local schools. Now, diesel backup generators is another one of the core issues. Alongside the fuel cells, Amazon sought an air permit from the Ohio EPA for 158 backup diesel generators, drawing major community backlash and public hearings over potential emissions and noise. Now, state versus local control is another issue with the core issue with them. The fuel cell development bypassed Hilliard's Planning and Zoning Commission when AEP Ohio invoked state law, section 4906.13b of the revised code, stating that major utility facilities are exempt from local municipal approval. The city's legal push came because the state overruled local zoning regulations. Hilliard officials changed their approach to challenge the environmental and construction aspects of the change. The Ohio EPA appeal that Hilliard filed an appeal to the Ohio Environmental Review Appeals Commission, alleging that the Ohio EPA failed to properly notify the local government before issuing the permits to the developers. So, the community and local officials continue to push for permanent safety planning, emergency responses, and strict cumulative air monitoring. And this is one of the things that we don't have, is cumulative air monitoring, or cumulative water monitoring for that matter. Not that that's as much of an issue. So recommendations are underway for environmental impacts and ongoing push for diesel monitoring via statewide legislative pushes or proposed anti-data center constitutional amendments. So with that, you are asking us to approve the use of these Bloom energy cells.
Correct.
So, just backing up a minute, when we came in to start this petition, right, for site plan approval, when I first sat down with staff, they made me aware of the Hilliard plan and AWS and this whole situation. That was something that we're like, well, hey, we're transparent. From day one, we'd show these Bloom fuel cells on our site. We plan to use them, plan to utilize them, and So that's how we petitioned our application. What happened in Hilliard is a different situation where it was not ever shown, right? And so that's what the municipality is upset about, is that they approved one thing and got a different thing. We've come forward, we've brought you a site plan, we've delineated, identified what we want to do for the site, right? For on-site generation for the site. We've restricted that to a specific area, just because, you know, you guys had fears as far as expansions and all that. We've delineated that to a specific area for this site plan approval, okay? So we've been trying to be very, you know, far ahead of it and transparent, showing all that. As far as all our modeling, we've included those within our sound model, within air studies, all of our modeling for the site. We've never tried to hide what's our power source for the site.
Bloom Energy is a whole nother subject, because they've been sued, they have not been transparent. They don't even want to come here and talk to us.
They were
We're
Not Bloom, I'm sorry, AEP.
AP.
And
They're
you would be leasing the Bloom cells from AEP.
Correct.
So, you know, there's a question of,
It's not they're a utility provider, so for them to start going to like public, it's not their project, it's our project. And they provide a utility, an energy. So it's just not something that they do as a company.
well, I'm gonna read something else. I need answers, I have questions. All right, so regarding AEP and the Bloom Energy, they are facing major lawsuits and regulatory controversies surrounding corporate corruption and the environmental, health, and safety risks of large-scale fuel cell deployments. They have scandals with the HB6. AEP agreed to pay $19 million to settle an SEC investigation regarding its role in funneling millions into dark money groups to pass Ohio's House Bill 6. This massive legislative bailout subsidized unprofitable coal plants and benefited AEP directly. The SEC found AEP violated accounting controls and failed to disclose material related party transactions. The utility consented to a cease and desist order to avoid further federal prosecution. Separately, AEP faced shareholder and consumer backlash and lawsuits following court challenges over coal plant subsidies and attempts to force Ohio residential ratepayers to cover the costs of massive tech data center capacity demands. Bloom Energy paid $3 million to settle a federal securities class action. Investors alleged the company made false or misleading statements regarding the life cycle, efficiency, emissions output, and internal accounting of controls of its energy servers. Bloom Energy was ordered by the Delaware Court of Chancery to open its books and records to stockholders, demanding transparency regarding the true carbon footprint of its natural gas-powered fuel cells. The company has previously faced compliance disputes and fines from the EPA regarding environmental regulation exemptions claimed for its technology. AEP and Bloom Energy installed hundreds of natural gas-powered fuel cells to temporarily power Amazon data centers in Ohio. This project sparked lawsuits and appeals from local municipalities such as the city of Hilliard and Norwich Township. Local communities and fire departments have voiced fears over the life safety risks of bringing high-pressure gas lines to residential areas, along with complaints about significant carbon dioxide emissions and loud cooling fans. Amazon's contracts with Bloom Energy in Oregon were previously canceled due to state regulators concluding the fuel cell arrays would emit massive, unacceptable quantities of greenhouse gases.
What are you reading from? What's the site?
I don't have a site. I didn't copy the site. There were sites.
Oh, okay.
I mean, there was news sites and, you know, there were lots of them. I just didn't print them out. So I'm sure we can do that, but here's the thing. You're asking us, we have a code. We do have a plan. We do have a planned manufacturing code that we do have to consider for our residents. And it's not just about a show. All right, our code reads, part of it, for our performance standards. No industry or other business shall be established, maintained, or permitted which produces objectionable light, smoke, dust, noise, odor, gases, vapors, or vibrations resulting in a nuisance to abutting property owners or to the public in general pursuant to the criteria in chapter 1287. So we're talking about, and then there's also the code about, I have to ask Scott about the code for health, as far as gases affecting the health of the community, the potential gases. So we're talking about the Bloom energy cells and how, if we need to get documents for this, we can do that, right? I mean, is there a
Bloom
representative here from Bloom?
He traveled from the West Coast and attended a prior meeting.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I think he addressed those issues.
And what was the conclusion?
I mean, he didn't address the issues. He just said that he wasn't aware of any lawsuits and then basically said, this is what my paper says is what it does. Yeah.
And as far as the location and the gas line is there, and I don't believe it's in a residential area. I would note, I believe the industrial park contemplates power plants as a permissible use. We're not suggesting that at all. We do believe that we have demonstrated that we don't produce, we're not a nuisance, we've complied with the code.
Well, according to what's been going on with Bloom Energy, that's not the case. That's just not the case. I mean, Amazon's contracts with Bloom Energy, just then, were canceled due to state regulators concluding the fuel cell arrays would emit massive, unacceptable quantities of greenhouse gases. Massive, they didn't just say a little bit.
Yeah. We go through air permitting through the state.
But that's the problem. The state, Ohio State, you're asking us to depend on the state of Ohio, who has failed us. Completely. And that's part of our worry, is that we are gonna be stuck downwind of this stuff.
We're following the processing code compliance for air permits, and that is to go.
Okay, but what you're also asking is for us to, let's put it this way, one of the conditions of approval that you are requesting, that the natural gas generator, the natural gas regulator, the electrical substation, and aligned substation equipment subareas shall be reviewed and approved administratively. Why are you requesting that?
So this goes back to my initial, slow down. So my initial conversations with staff, right, was you have to have 100% developed plans, okay, in order to get approval on certain items. I said, I can't have that because we need approval in order to sign contracts to continue to move forward and progress the development of this site, right? So I said, what we can provide our designated area, we can show what we want to build, but all that has to go, be executed, move forward, design, permitted, air permits, Ohio City Power Board, all these other different elements and entities. We've asked that, and we put together that language because that was what staff had requested. If we cannot have a full designed and permitted item to present to you for the site plan for those items.
And for our code, that's what we require, but you can't provide that.
It's not something that would be required per code. required per Ohio Sitting Power Board or required per code. So we have provided that. So for the Bloom Energy specifically, we included those in our noise modeling. Those will be included within air permitting. Those are included within, everything that we've presented and provided to you, for this project.
Except what, except the Bloom Energy cells.
The final design of it and the permitting of it
Which usually comes later.
comes later, and it's not something that I'm in control of. So it's, hey, we move forward, we get an approval from Pataskala, we move forward with development of this site, right? We enter into agreements, those items get designed and they get permitted. Those aren't things that I design either. So they're not items that Align designs, they're
Are there no
AEP
other
design.
options?
What?
Are there no other options than these cells?
The fuel cells are actually very clean, at least from my last call that I had with Ohio EPA on another site we had. They were actually, they actually liked the fact that we were using fuel cells because of the emissions.
Well,
You could, so there's like.
So, I mean, it's just like everything else. You can look at, the communication and the information online. And they
no,
can be
I'm
misleading.
listening to the Senate hearings. This is what I'm listening to live, the Senate hearings, live. 94 million views, by the way. 94 million views online. Yes, so people are paying attention.
Yeah.
All right, this is not just
I guess the question
hyperbole.
for staff, would we need to submit an air permit to move past this, or is that the requirement?
So initially what the discussion was, we need to have the substation on the Bloom, everything fully designed. And as they stated, that's not something that comes at this part of the project. So we'd have to do that later, get the plan approved, come back, get that design and approved through the state. So that's where we came up with, define the area, width, length, height, say these items are going in here. Here's a general idea of what we're looking to do. And then should this be approved, get the permit and everything from the state, provide that to us, and then we'll approve that as part of the overall permit for the entire site. And that's why it was offered as a condition.
So there's a possibility the state would not approve it, right?
Arguably.
Based off of the information that's happening at the federal level with this.
Yeah, arguably, the state would be in control of permitting this, so they could approve it or deny it based upon their requirement.
If they altered it substantially, would that cause any issues for this process?
I guess substantially in the sense that if it became twice the size or twice the height, yes, because that was contained in here that this is the site designated for these items. And then I think we indicated as a potential condition the types of Bloom fuel cells and those types of specifics. So if it deviated from that, yes, there's a possibility that if this were approved and then it came back, it's like that's, the area designated for these is twice the size now, that's not what's approved.
So if I could jump in too, so within zoning code, gas generation is an approved use in this plant, in this district, right? So what we've tried with the Bloom fuel cells is to provide like the quietest, no combustion, least emissions. Like we've tried to provide the best product that we possibly could for the city of Pataskala for on-site generation. There are other ways. There's gas turbines and gas recips. There are other ways to produce energy from natural gas. This was selected because it was like the least noxious to everybody. So we've had and have used this technology at other locations. A lot of developers have. I don't know exactly the specifics of all the items that you mentioned, but this is a product that is that has been utilized in the field and is in operation. It's not brand new. It is it is in operation in other locations.
Yeah, it's been under controversy for a long time. So I have concerns about, I do, and I'm not being, I don't think I'm being, crazy to think that it's an issue.
Okay.
When all right, another subject, talking about solar panels on rooftops, please God, no. Because they catch fire on a roof, that's the end of it. So, no, just please don't consider that. It probably would get approved, like it did on the Amazon building in West Jefferson. And they and we spoke about this, caught fire, went straight through the roof, down into the building. The fire department was at high risk of injury. It was a disaster. So please, I wouldn't even put it on my own home, let alone an AI center or data center. But that's my opinion. Now, I have another concern, and this is probably for Ms. Klima. All right, two things.
Okay.
All right, so November comes along, and let's say there's a proposal for no taxes on property, the property taxes. So we're going to assume that would apply to this property. So if there is no property tax on this property, we're getting nothing except income from employees, is that right?
And the JED, yes.
And the JED.
And which would mean that all of the park would be the same situation. Yeah, I mean, that's not happening yet. and it's
So the
way out there.
advantage to the city could be not the millions and, I think someone last hearing said billions. I'm thinking billions, I don't know where the billions is coming
Well,
from, but.
I guess we could sit here and say, okay, the data
I
center.
know, I'm just saying.
I know, I guess what I'm saying is that
Promises,
every
but this
every
will
other,
come up.
every other park, everything in the park would be affected, everything in
Yes.
the city would be affected.
Yes, I'm just talking more for the record, for the residents, so that
Okay,
if this does get approved and goes to city council, they have a better awareness of what could potentially happen,
sure.
okay? All right, so, and then, my other question is regarding the, studies that have been given to us. We've been given, I mean, I don't know that I personally feel like they're not actual studies, they're speculation. But according to the revised code, chapter 2506, you're familiar with, constituents can sue the city. And please explain if this is true or not. Can sue the city if we don't get at least 2 studies per issue, like noise or gases, that type of thing. We need, it's like if I have someone come to my home and give me an estimate on something, I'm gonna get 2, maybe 3 estimates so I can compare. But if we're just getting 1 study about noise and it's not even an actual study on what you're putting there, how are we protected as a city from lawsuits?
I'd have to read that, I don't know that particular section you're talking about. Do you have it there?
I just have, no, I don't have it with me.
Okay.
But,
I
I have concerns about that. I have concerns about our city making sure that we're doing due diligence on these studies. You know, we're getting graphs, but, you know, I mean, I genuinely don't feel like anyone here, I feel like you are all really genuinely trying to do a good job. You know, you have your job to do, but we also have our job to do. And we have to protect I mean, everyone's talking about lawsuits. talking about lawsuits. City council's worried about lawsuits, commission's worried about lawsuits, the citizens are worried about lawsuits, everybody's worried about a lawsuit. And unfortunately, that's the land that we live in.
The applicant has basically, under your code, the PM district requires certain setbacks, certain landscaping, and it also requires that that you pay attention to, or at least review the outcome from odors, light, that type of thing. The applicant's obligation is to provide to you professional information with based on facts, and not fearful things that come online, whatever. None of that. Everything's out there. People are saying, oh yeah, or nodding their heads like, oh yeah, that's right. But there's not been any facts to refute what they have brought in the last 4 meetings. Nothing.
As far as what?
As far as this site and the information and facts that have been presented to you regarding sound, light, odor, all of those things.
And the problem with that is because science follows, what's the saying? Science follows code. Because state code is lacking. EPA code is lacking. This is the problem we're currently in. So I understand we have to live with today's code. We get it. We know it. We understand that.
Yes.
We're not want the residents to understand. We have to go by what the code is today,
Correct.
not by what's being heard at the hearings. However, when this is approved, if it's approved, things could change,
Yes.
right? And then the plans change. So you're asking
We
us.
can't change the plan from what you would approve. Correct, Scott?
That's correct. If this is recommended for approval and it goes to council and they approve it, then that's the plan they have to build. If they said, oh, we're gonna come back and do 7 buildings, it's gotta go through the whole process again.
And if we would change our proposed service of the chillers and that type of thing, we have actually didn't have to, but have submitted those because we are committed to doing that. If that should change, we will have to come back. Believe me, that was a discussion because we knew that that was not under your ability to approve or deny, but they went ahead and offered that information, made it part of a plan that, if approved, has to stay that way. And in reality, I have reviewed and have been here, as you know, on many PM district plan reviews. And for instance, Meyer Shank, we did not, there was not real issue about oils and gas and paints and fumes and what type of aura that's going to put up. The Kroger parking lot, I've been there fueling my gas. What happens if a tornado comes and the gasoline station and all the fuel is exposed? What happens on a 97-degree day when I get out at Kroger and the parking lot's 110 degrees? Those things are actually happening in our city, but they've not been discussed or really an issue until Alliant has come in. They have continually, and now that's why we're here on the 4th meeting, provided additional studies that they're not required under the code because they are sensitive to your concerns. And what they have provided have been based on professional research, facts, not fears, and not based on the type of a data center that people are talking about where there's a glow, which is a totally different type of a data center. I know you know this because you've been listening to it, but right now, all I can hear are the reason that you're thinking about those issues is because of fears of what may happen or questions about what may change. But exactly right now, a line data center came in, and after our meeting last, which I don't think you were here, but I mean, it was another 4-hour meeting, more questions came out, and they have worked. That's why we didn't come back the next month, because it took longer. They provided the professionals to come in and do this. And those are specific to this site. They couldn't use data from another site that had different issues or different facts. They provided the cleanest, best way. Why wouldn't they provide you the cleanest, best way? It could be challenged, and they have produced what can be produced.
Well, and the questions, though, that we asked are the first time for a data center.
I understand that.
So we are not
No.
going to be,
Believe me, I've asked
we
the
are not
same
going to be
thing.
belittled because we ask questions about tornadoes and dangers and that. That's how it's coming across.
And,
You know,
and
we have
actually,
honest questions.
I asked the same questions because I wouldn't want to represent a company that I didn't believe, especially in my own hometown. So I understand your questions, and believe me, I've asked them 1,000, just like you. But I have been totally impressed with the fact that anytime there's a question, they have responded, not with an opinion, not with a feeling, but with actual factual data.
Yes, well, feelings matter.
They do.
Feelings matter.
But not
And-
when it comes to determining if a plan is satisfactory.
Okay, but we still have the issue of gases and vapors, and it has been proven that these bloom cells do have an issue.
No, that has not been proven. What we have right now from you is we don't know the source, we don't know what was
Well-
going on in that particular situation. And you know, and I
Maybe we
know,
need that.
when we read those details of a case, a specific case, there are a lot of things that affect those decisions by a court, because it depends on so many factors. The factors here before you tonight are very clean. We have a space that is zone PM. We have a space that permits data centers. We have a company that has presented to you factual data and studies that do not violate, prove that the results do not violate any of your code. And there has been no data or facts to say that they do otherwise. There's only the fear that it might,
We don't have guarantees of power until, what you said, 2030?
which is why they're stepping up to the plate and paying for their own power and
So we
providing
could
it.
potentially be, how many years out, even getting taxes? You know, so it's kind of promises,
That's only after the first building. So the blooms.
potentially, if we don't have a tax abatement. But that's not part of the deal here,
Yeah, that's not.
although it's a sales pitch.
You know, I guess anything that's positive could be a sales pitch. That's why we have so many of them, so.
Yeah, so, we want to make sure that, we're not contaminating. And, we don't have, you know, the scale of this is what's the issue. We're talking how many generators? We're talking how many cooling fans? I mean, it's multiplied. It's not like, you know, a standard grocery store. It's multiplied. So, you know, that's the concerns that we have, right? The noise of the, so please clarify. The first building is going to be run on what power?
AEP power, 25 megawatts from the utility grid and 75, 72 from the Bloom fuel cells for a critical load of 72 megawatts.
So the
That
Bloom
is for the
fuel
first
cells
building.
will be running 24/7.
The Bloom fuel cells will provide the power as needed, yes.
And the air permit does study the running of those cells 24/7.
So we are depending on these generators running, not just being tested,
Not the
No,
generators.
not
Fuel
the
cells.
generators, the fuel cells.
Yes. And the fuel cells will provide power as needed. So while we'll design a data center for 72 megawatts of critical load, we may not draw, the customer's equipment that's in the data center may not draw all of that power. So again, the utility provides the power availability, the actual electrons are dependent on the electronic equipment that goes in there.
All right, I still have concerns about the Bloom energy cells. And if we need to table it one more time, then it's worth it to me to know, to get the studies, to guarantee that we're not going to be, you know, I know you said that there were studies out there, but Hilliard's in litigation right now over them.
Well, again, the
Because
litigation that you.
of, let me read it again.
It was the, yeah, it was,
They went against the zoning. Change it.
No, there were other concerns.
Got passed and then came back and put it on there.
Yep.
We've been
All right,
clear as possible.
the residents' fear will negatively impact air quality and pose fire safety risks near local neighborhoods and schools. The diesel backup generators alongside the fuel cells are drawing major community backlash over potential emissions and noise.
Is that in the court record? What is that?
You know, I didn't print out the,
Oh,
I didn't print out
okay.
the sources, but the sources are there. This is very well documented.
But I'm not disagreeing. It sounds like you're reading from a newspaper article. That's all I was asking, which newspaper article?
I got different sources, but I combined it on one sheet for myself
Got it.
because of time.
Okay.
All right. I mean, I work full time. I'm on other things. So, you know, I mean, this is, I'm not talking about how, you know, yes, they changed their plan, right? That's separate from the other concerns about these things. So there is a concern, and it's not, you know, I'm not trying to be fearful, I'm trying to be factual, and I'm trying to get the studies, and it's like pulling teeth.
I don't know that it's pulling teeth, and
I mean-
Greg, I hope you don't take that personally with your professional study being done on noise. We've produced the professional studies. We've actually flown in people from Bloom and elsewhere attempting to address these questions and concerns as it relates to our site plan. So,
Well, there could be, what's the cumulative noise? So
that
we
was
have,
included in the noise study.
maybe he can share that.
Sure. Sorry, ask that again?
Do we have data for the cumulative noise? So we have the fans, we have the generators, we have the substations, we have, you know,
Yes,
all of that.
yes,
And that all passes
yes.
the noise code.
That's what's in the report.
It's all in the report.
Yes, that's correct. All those sources were included in the report. Yes, that's correct.
So the gases emitted, where are those studies?
That goes to the state through the air permit.
Let me go again.
That's the process we have to go through.
Yeah, that's
That
the
is-
problem.
If there was a code in your section that said we had to submit it, we would do it, but it's not.
It
there.
goes to state.
It goes to the
And
state.
fortunately, like I said, our state has failed us, but I thank you for your input.
That is something it's available to you if you did wanna look it up. So it's a matter of like public record, right? So it's available to you if you wanna look it up. We're not trying to hide anything, it's just that does go to the state,
It does.
yeah.
And the state, like I said, we know it's an issue. We know it's an issue, but we can't do anything about it apparently. And this is all on us, folks. 5, 6, 7 people. So, all right. What else do I have? Okay, you've answered all those. All right.
Are we ready to
I
move?
think I'm, you know, beyond the concerns for, the fact that now it's not just you as a company, it's global. You're a global company now, right? With having sources of BlackRock and other, you know, to us, saying that BlackRock is part of your company is not a.
Well, they're not yet. They've
Not yet?
announced the transaction, and that is up with an ultimate shareholder. That is not anything to do with Align and our operations, our management, our team. None of that is gonna change.
Quiet, please.
Yeah.
Okay.
Quiet.
All right, that's all I have.
Anything else for the applicants? No. Okay, thank you. Stand by.
Thank you very much.
The next phase of the hearing is to go to public comment. And, yeah, it's hour 3 now, or I'm just about to go into hour 4. Again, 2 minutes per person. You can't share, can't pass your unused time to anybody else. Jerry will be the timer. He'll give an indication at 1 minute, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And just again, is that the indication?
No.
That's the 2 minute.
That's the 2 minute.
When you hear that, stop. And again, address the commission, and we'll go from there. Lisa will read the names, and then you'll come up and be sworn in, and you have your 2 minutes. Thank you.
Rebecca Murphy. Brandon Bernard. Sean Lynch.
Brandon's just using the restroom.
Do you swear, raise your hand. Do you swear affirm the testimony you give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, and just give your name and address.
Good evening. My name is Sean Lynch. I live at 8816 Mink Street Southwest. I live 2 miles from the proposed data center, and I'm worried about the health and well-being of my family and our community. I've heard countless stories from other data centers in the recent weeks. For instance, there's one in Georgia that took 30 million gallons of water and no one realized until the water pressure was very bad. Or the one in Michigan where the residents are suing the company because of the constant noise. You've also heard about the light pollution, the air pollution, the wastewater, electric prices to increase, and health concerns, just to name a few. My family and I moved out here to get away from the city, to get some land, and to have some animals. Now I worry what this will do to the health of our chickens, ducks, dogs, and my family. Also, why are they trying to make this so appealing? What are they getting out of this? One last thing, when you leave tonight, if you look north across the field, you will see the lights from Morrison Beach, which is about 7.5 miles away, and also Intel, which is about 9.5 miles away. I will not be able to sit outside with my wife and look at stars and comets if I have a data center 2 miles from my house. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bernard? Do you swear from the testimony you're about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? So help me God. All right, just name and address, please.
Brandon Bernard, 341 Northbound Mart Drive, Reynoldsburg, Ohio, 43068. Good evening, zoning. First off, thank you guys for asking so many good questions. I knew that tonight's meeting was going on. I took a road trip yesterday. Guess where I went? Sandusky! So I just wanted to, I went up there. So I was like, this is going to be 2 miles from my house. It's 1.5 miles away from Licking Heights campus. It's 1.5 miles away from over at Watkins at the Bridge Academy, which holds special needs kids. So I went up there and I talked to the security guy for a couple minutes. I was like, hey, is there any way I could see a tour of this place? They said no. I went to the public sidewalk. These guys' company told me I cannot take video or still pictures on public sidewalk. But guess what happened? I heard earlier they cannot fire up the generators.
1 minute, 1 minute.
Zoning, this is what these people did. EPA says you cannot fire up the generators. To the applicant, is this your building? Yes or no, for the record?
Again, you're supposed to address the commission, not the audience.
But yes, that is their building. I've got still pictures. It sounds like a freight train. And that's only with one building being built there right now. Do we really want to hear generators like that? We live in a town. I hear the trains. I live right there on North Belmar Drive. I don't want to be hearing that. I'm with the group Conserve Ohio. In Licking County alone, we've got 2,300 signatures. We do not want this. I went to Licking Heights. I went to Jersey. I've seen what it does.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You guys are very welcome. If you guys want to hear it, I'll get them all there.
Please.
Dan Flynn? Just swear affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you. Name that.
My name is Dan Flynn. I live at 162 Charles Drive Southwest. I'm a half a mile from this location, approximately. Going back some years ago, my wife and I, lived in Delaware County, the corner of Worthington and Africa Road. It got so busy, they finally came up and started putting in turn lanes. They bought out everyone's property, practically everyone but me. So I started arguing with an attorney who at the time was charging me $275 an hour. This went on for years. They wanted us to try to sell the property. We listed with a realtor. We couldn't sell it. People didn't want to come see it. The ones that pull up the driveway would just leave. So it was too noisy, too busy. This became an unsellable home. I really fear the same thing's going to happen here, where we finally moved to where it was quiet.
You still got one?
Earlier, I think it was one of them said, you can drink the water, not a lot of it. Are you kidding? We drink a lot of water. How's this going to change us? I don't want to drink any of it, if that's the case. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Bernie Brush? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you. Thank you.
It's Bernie Brush, 5530 Columbia Road. And I appreciate all of your time tonight. I've gone through this again. Couple of things that came up. I'm trying not to repeat anything, but one thing, Scott, that I got was data centers got into planned manufacturing back in 2014. Somehow I remember that coming up. But data centers back then were only 5 to 10 megawatts. They were nothing big. We didn't even know what a data center was. That's what I want to know. Somehow we don't have a limit on data centers. When Frank asked them, how big are these? Remember, there was going to be 4 of them. They're over 100 megawatts or whatever, right? Now it's down to 3. Well, what if they walk in tomorrow and they want to change them and they make them to 500 or 1,000 or whatever? Huge. You mean we can't determine what we want for our health and welfare in our community?
You have 1 minute left.
I just wanted to let you know, I think that's a concern. What about the life expectancy of whatever they build there? What's inside? Does it have a lifespan of what, 5, 6, 7 years? Can it be recycled? Some of these batteries, what is it out in France, the electric cars, they can't even get rid of them. They got to just put them out in the field. I'm just worried about that. Great idea. I think it should be on the ballot, which is property tax revenue in November. If that's passed and there is no property tax, then this whole thing is a scam. And they either have to put it down in blood that they're going to pay that tax regardless of what happens. So that's all I got to say right now, but I really appreciate the questions and give them help.
Rebecca Murphy? Do you swear from the testimony about the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you? Yes.
Hello. Thank you guys for coming. Thank you for your questions. They were pretty insightful this time. I appreciate that. We appreciate it. I'll answer for all of them. So I just have a story. One day, there was a young man who picked up a rock. He was not, no, I'm sorry. Once upon a time, there was a young man who wasn't recognized by anyone. He didn't have a title. He didn't have a $1 billion bank account. In fact, he lived in a very small village. His job was to protect sheep. The neighboring village was big, had influence, had attorneys, had a $1 billion bank account, had 50 new lobbyists, had, well, we'll call this the giant bully, the machine. The machine taunted the small village, threatened, laughed, and bullied some more. You can't defeat us. You are weak. So one day the young man picked up a rock. He wasn't afraid. He's done this before. He's protected his sheep, his village. He aimed it straight at the machine, and he dropped the machine.
60 seconds.
Then used the machine's weapon, and he finished it off. Respectfully, you guys have the rock. You have the power to not listen to machines, to the bullies. You have the power of all of us. There was another 100 of us outside. I counted. Power to give up these moratoriums, but to ban them. The community, or us sheep, have the power to finish. We have been signing petitions left and right. We are working our hands off to support you, to support our community, to support Ohio. So, and just really quickly, they were talking about Loudoun County loves us. 55 to 99 million per year of health-related damages due from the emissions from the on-site fossil fuel powers at the data centers in Loudoun County. So, thank you. Appreciate it. And I did this without any AI. I could think for myself.
Thank you.
Connie Caruso? Stephen Caruso? Joe Stalter? Silas Ortiz? Do you swear everything that testimony about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Hello, my name is Silas Ortiz. I live at 313 Hayloft Court. I've been there for 22 years in my 24-year-old life. I'd like to say, Dear Pataskala Planning and Zoning Commission, 5 years ago, encapsulated on a page A200 of Pataskala's comprehensive plan, the city recognized via its citizens' input the concern of unplanned and uncontrolled growth as a result of data center developments. Today, 5 years later, those words are truer than they have ever been. And today, 5 years later, this commission has an opportunity to protect the residents and electors of Pataskala against that uncontrolled growth. And make no mistake, as it exists today, data center development represents uncontrolled growth in the state, from the local level to the state level. Elected officials are grappling with aggressive and unrelenting tactics of data center developers to commandeer small Ohio communities like this one, and strong-arm, sometimes with threats of litigation, local officials into providing them with incentives and favorable zoning, often at the expense of the communities and community members. This is exactly the case here. However, it is not too late for this commission to make a recommendation to protect its residents and community, to not put the cart before the horse, by clearing everything in the path of data center development before all the details of the development and the potential harms can be made transparent to the communities and then fully weighed by those same communities. Opening our city's zoning code for their interests now would be akin to jumping out of an airplane and trying to build the parachute on the way down. Please make the prudent, reasonable recommendation of, at a minimum, holding the line and staying any further development of any data centers, including preparations like zoning, until all of us have had a chance to understand them and then informed by that understanding, make a collective decision together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Morgan Dye? Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Morgan Dye, 778 Mill Stream Drive. I've lived in Pataskala my whole life. I grew up here, went to school here, I work here. Growing up, everybody that's older than me has always told me, you know, times have changed. You don't get to grow up in the world I grew up in. When I was a kid, you know, it's not as safe. You can't go do that like I did when I was a kid. So if we keep saying that times are changing and obviously it's becoming more unsafe and it's not as ideal as it was when you guys were kids, then why would we keep approving change that would make our other generations more unsafe? Why should my kids, when I decide to have kids, live in a world that is, the resources are getting used for these big buildings that might cause us more harm than good? I just think that there's lots of questions, obviously, and I think you guys are doing a great job of asking those questions. One main one I have, like especially for the water, is where is all the water for this closed loop coming from? They have to get it originally from somewhere, even if it's staying in the system the whole time. How many gallons is it going to take? What's that consequence going to be like for us when they do take that much water? What's that going to look like for us? I'm just going to leave with a small quote. Only when the last tree has been cut down, the last fish has been caught, and the last stream has been poisoned will we realize we cannot eat money. And the author is unknown. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jesse Carvel. Please swear affirm the testimony you have to give us true diligent and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Hey y'all, Jesse Carnell at 1483 Ashland Avenue, Columbus. So first, I'm an advocate of construction. I work in the construction industry. I work for a company that is 150 years old, family owned, has been in Ohio for 50 years, right? Obviously, we've talked about the benefits of construction, but I really enjoy going to different communities, whether they're big or small, and seeing the real positive impact of construction. That is jobs, right? That is the local restaurants and suppliers and all that. That is outreach, where we help with Habitat for Humanity or to help build a park, or I've paved sidewalks at kindergartens, right? So there's a really big opportunity there that helps when we have construction in. And honestly, construction is a good, honest job, right? It's honest day's work in a world that has less and less of that. So I really enjoy that. The electricians, the carpenters, the pipe fitters, all local, all unions, right? A workforce that I feel like we need to build on, and I think the construction adds that. The second part is I'd like to add just maybe a little bit of a different perspective, right? I think this commission has done a wonderful job of putting out the concerns of this community, right? You guys have put out exactly what you're concerned with, exactly how you're concerned with, want all the data, right? I think that's awesome. I think it's also fair to say that Aligned has come up and answered that to the best of their abilities, right? And just from my view, I've been here for all of these. I think you guys have an opportunity right now to reap the benefits of all these questions. You can see that Align has reduced their footprint, that they have made the building less visible, that they can give you all the data in the world that you want to look at. Now, we still got to go through it. We still got to make sure it makes sense. They're not getting a tax abatement. They're paying more in the JEB, right? I think you guys have really done a good buy to Pataskala and buy this community, and I think you should reap that. I think this is a good project. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Grace Franklin. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about the case truth, knowledge, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Name and address, please.
Grace Franklin, 11467 Cable Road. I've been in Pataskala for 26 years. It has changed. Big news. One of the changes that I've noticed in the last 6 to 7 years is the speed at which data centers have been approved locally, Central Ohio, statewide, nationwide. I think they're being approved at least pretty fast with limited publicity, limited public awareness. It's only with the Aligned proposal that I even knew what a data center was and what's it going to do and why. Do we need one here? My questions are, we've got a wake-up call. We're in a learning curve, and they may or may not be in the pipeline. They may or may not have to be approved depending on what the state says, if that legislative commission does indeed issue a real recommendation and it gets passed by the legislature, I hope. I think for the future decisions that we make here in Pataskala and statewide, we need to take a timeout. We need to have a moratorium. We need to collect information that is not opinions, not a sales pitch, not personal ideas. We need to have objective data from objective sources that gives us the information we need to make informed decisions about balancing development and preserving our irreplaceable land, the ability to grow crops, to feed us and take care of our animals, the ability to walk out and see the stars, to be in nature. These are resources that can't be replicated. If they get built over, we lose all of that. And why? So let's slow down. Let's get verified information. Let's amend our local codes to increase the protection of citizens. And let's balance development and preserve resources. We can do this. And a question for Align. Who waters those trees in that landscape?
Daniel Graves. Latrice Gutall. There you are. You swear from the testimony about to give the truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Good evening. My name is Daniel Graves, 118 Woodside Drive. I would like to expand upon my April comments concerning supply chain issues and tie compounding factors to make Align Data's project untenable at this time. As stated 2 months ago, the ongoing Third Gulf War has shut down key chip making and energy exports. The second and third order effects will last years. Domestic chip plants won't come online until 2031 at the earliest. Align Data has government contracts placing major restrictions on the only currently available chips in China due to the National Defense Authorization Acts. Does Align Data have the required critical components on hand? Will they have them on hand in half a decade, a decade? Do we have answers on that? This matches industry data showing large numbers of data center projects being delayed or canceled this year.
60 seconds.
In light of City Ordinance 2023-449, Exhibit A, Section 1253, this committee has the responsibility to protect our district. I call on the city to prevent an unfinished project in an abandoned building that creates blight and prevents other financially tenable businesses from entering our community. Additionally, Mr. Smiley, your questions about the heat domes are spot on. Why weren't we provided data at 10 meters? At what temperature do ecological systems become disrupted? If the council does not set conditions and standards, Align Data will continue to take advantage of our ignorance. Thank you for your time.
Latrice Gutall. Yeah. Do you swear from the testimony about to give the truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Yeah. 280 Charles Road. Okay.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Leandra Steddon, tag 280 Charles Road. I have approximately 5 acres just right across the street from Mink on Charles Road. It dead ends into my woods. I built there 20 years ago. It's a custom-made house. It was everything I wanted. My property is very important to me for many reasons. My father and my 5 mastiffs remains are scattered on the property in the woods. Environmental health and research indicates that living near these facilities causes severe chronic stress. The psychological fight or flight response resulting in elevated cortisol is heavily triggered by the specific side effects associated with data centers, including the relentless low-frequency hums. I'm a 9/11 survivor. I was on the 80th floor of Tower 1 when the plane hit. Right before getting out of the tower, the other one went down and trapped us inside. We were the last dug out. It was a week and a half before my 28th birthday. I moved out to Ohio, and I started my life here, and I wanted a quiet place, and that's where I picked Pataskala, and I found my woods. It was quiet, nobody bothered me, and that's what I wanted. I have been treated for massively high cortisol and the effects that cause it since. I have multiple tests a year mapping with graphs the levels since. It is generally under control unless an outside stimulus makes it jump. Unfortunately, like many veterans, my body has a response that triggers very easily. Noise is a huge trigger. When they were building the gas pipeline behind my house, the constant beeping of the machines was a trigger. It has since gone down. The constant hum or the relentless low-frequency hums will put me in a constant state of high cortisol. Data centers do not belong near people. You are putting me in a position where my property will no longer be safe for me to live. I was very careful when I purchased this property. I read the zoning code around me. Hyperscale data centers did not exist. I do not believe when the zoning code says data centers, they're referring to hyperscale. They are 2 separate entities. Zoning codes in the town are here to protect the residents. You will be responsible for my health and my property value. It will be clear as day, since I have graphs multiple times a year of my cortisol levels, of the change corresponding to the data center becoming active.
Mary Miller? Do you swear or affirm the testimony about the case is truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, thank you. Name and address, please.
Mary Miller, 12684 Boulevard, previous Licking County Democrat president, and I've been in Licking County all my life. I am also a SaaS executive who keeps data centers up and running. That is my life. That's what my career is. And why I say that's so important is because I know the importance of data centers. I use AI every day. I have to. It's part of my life now. What bothers me with this is, Ann Rogers, you are spot on this whole night. The problem we have is the lack of regulations, and that is at the local and state level, and that is never going to be fixed with this current administration. So vote Vivek Ramaswamy all you want. This will never stop. We will have a data center in every corner, every acre, every available land. So we must change the direction of this state and vote Democrats that care about the land, care about our people, care about our communities, who wants to change the direction of data centers in Ohio.
Justin Schaefer? Do you swear or affirm the testimony about the case is truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Name and address, please.
Justin Schaefer, 10832 Mill Street Avenue. Just a couple things. Let's see. So the heat thing, all I heard from that is there is an effect at 1,000 feet. The models, how intensive they are, still modeling one building and not three. And that's with their proposed power usage. That power usage is unknown because they've changed it once and there's no plans for the power station. That's the biggest thing here, is there's a lot of people that don't want this, and opinions aside, your job is to approve or deny a plan. The plan's incomplete. It's been incomplete from the first submission. It's still incomplete. It can't be complete because there's no plans. There's no idea what the power generation is. Is it 300 megawatts now? And that's what it will be? Or in 2 years, will it be 600, 1,200? Who knows? You have no idea because there's no plans for that set in stone, and you lose all ability to say anything about it once you've passed on their plans. And you know all that, and I think it's the biggest issue here. I have all kinds of problems with potential sound, losing the stars, all the quality of life things. I understand it's not really your job, besides like as citizens here protecting the community. The plan's incomplete. You can't approve an incomplete plan. That's it.
Susan Holmes? Julie Williams? She did have a note on here that said that I cannot stay for the entire meeting, but please let zoning and council know that we are against the data center. Deborah Anderson. Donovan Kitchen. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about the case is true, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Name and address, please.
Name's Donovan Kitchen. I live at 13310 Cleveland Road Southwest. So I'd be about a half mile from this data center. Bought my house about 5 years ago. I won't lie, it's a starter home. It's not perfect, but it's my house. You know, I like living there. I don't really have the means to buy another one right now. And, you know, there is a lot of fear around data centers, and I think it's well earned. Truly, there's a lot of unanswered questions, especially as the scale gets larger and larger, technology evolves. And it's a lot of questions we just can't answer. I mean, even their presentation touched on the zoning code not including one of the measurements of decibels within it. And it's like, our state can't even get the tax abatement estimate right. We're off by tenfold. How are we going to be prepared for? Like, that's why they've had to pause the tax abatements. That you can't even get that right. How are we going to get any of this other regulation right? Just everything is behind. There's not been enough time. Technology scales and scales, and there's just not been enough consideration for it. And even just at a local and personal level, I mean, I have a lot of stake in my house. That's a lot of my net worth. These things come in, fear, misinformation, whatnot, whatever. My house tanks $100,000. That ruins me. But even other than that, like traffic, you try to go out from Cleveland on the Mink, 8 a.m. or 5 p.m. No way. Or even Broad, anything like that. But all of the other items they mentioned, just like we get shown renderings, but they can't use actual data to bruise models. So it's like, what's the priority? I would say that there's incomplete data for the plan approval, and I think I am wholly against it and would lose my train of thought. Apologies, stage fright. But thank you.
Thank you.
Mason Blankenship. Do you swear affirm the testimony about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? May I have just please?
Mason Blankenship, candidate for State House of Representatives. I also live at 453 Wagon Avenue in Pataskala. So I'd like to start out by saying that I am not anti-growth, anti-workers, or anti-technology in any way. This is about making sure that development is responsible, transparent, and beneficial to the people who already live here. First, we need full transparency on their tax abatement situation. I know that they withdrew their application. However, until they break ground, they do have a chance to reapply. Second, we need to be honest about the jobs. Data centers may create construction jobs, and those matter, but once construction is finished, they often create fewer permanent jobs than people expect, and if public incentives are considered, we deserve to know exactly how many permanent local jobs will be created and what they will pay, and whether those will benefit and will be beneficial to our community. Third, the closed-loop cooling system does not mean no impact. These facilities still require enormous amounts of energy. They still bring emissions from backup generators, construction, refrigerants, and grid expansion. Fourth, data centers are not silent. Cooling systems, fans, transformers, substations, and generators can create consistent noise that affects sleep, stress, quality of life, and obviously cortisol levels. Finally, AI data centers are infrastructure that make large-scale artificial intelligence possible. Even without public evidence that this project is going to be partnered with Palantir or Flock, communities deserve to know whether this infrastructure will support different projects of surveillance that could possibly infringe on our Fourth Amendment rights. And we need to know that they do not have contracts with government or military services. And before this moves forward, residents deserve independent environmental studies, independent sound studies, clear energy use projections, detailed job numbers. Thank you so much.
And then Joe Statler. Okay, that's it.
Okay, thank you. Representatives from Aligned, do you have any response to any of the comments you heard?
I do. I was taking some notes. Again, thanks to everybody for coming up, voicing their concerns. With regard to the video that you saw, we actually heard that somebody was there, and somebody posted online that our security guards told them they can't video anything. That is against our protocol, and the security guard said that never happened. So our position is that was a complete fabrication. I just watched the video, by the way. The peak of the noise is when cars are going by. I requested a copy of that video. The gentleman, I think, has since left. So I believe it was when car traffic was going by.
Everybody, please, please.
Feel free.
No, not this moment.
With regard to limited awareness, limited public presentation, this is our fifth meeting, I believe, and we do this around the country. So we do attempt to be very transparent and share all of the information. Regarding the use of the land, we bought this land years ago. It's ideal for data center development. It's in the industrial park. Data center use is a by right use. You've got the utility lines right there. AEP has training facilities nearby as well. The concern about use of the chips. Align Data Centers doesn't buy any chips. Our customers may. We, again, build the real estate. We build the data center. Chip supply chain has nothing to do with us and our business. Concerns about the site plan. This site plan cannot be changed without coming back. So when somebody mentioned 5 buildings, 7 buildings, the like, that can't happen. We're seeking site plan approval. We've satisfied the code requirements. Once that is done, we can't change that. If we do attempt to change it, we will have to come back. And then lastly, there was a question about public incentives, the benefits that we're getting. I think we've reiterated this many times. We're not seeking the CRA. In fact, we're taking one step further and providing yet another public benefit by going into the JED. We didn't have to do that. You heard the confusion over where the JED stopped. We're actually initiating it and offering to go in to the JED. So we're not seeking any public incentives. The statement that we could seek one, again, the CRA and any public incentives have a but-for requirement. And what that means is the development would not happen but for the incentive being granted. With this development already initiated and the site plan, we hope, approved or recommended for approval, that development is on its way. So we can't satisfy the but-for requirement and in the future seek a CRA. We've said it many times, we're not going to seek it, so I don't believe any public incentives are included. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
In 2010, the city of Pataskala established its corporate park with approximately 1,366 acres between State Route 16 and Refugee Road. To assure and attract development of the park, the city zoned the park PM, established incentives including a CRA, and established a JED on a majority of the acreage to assure owners in the park would pay additional tax dollars to the city, benefiting the community as a whole. In March 2023, Align Data Centers wished to purchase the subject property located in the park from the Schaefer family. As part of its due diligence, it requested confirmation from the city that the property is zoned PM and that data centers are a permitted use. The city confirmed both. In October of 2023, Align Data Centers purchased the property. Your role as a planning commission member is defined in the city charter. Quote, "The powers, duties, and functions of the Planning and Zoning Commission shall be provided by this charter and the ordinances and resolutions of the city." Unquote. You were appointed by council to act within the scope of your charge, to follow and support the requirements of the city, ordinances, and resolutions as they exist at this time. Align Data Centers submitted its plan for the subject property for your review under the PM district requirements as they currently read. It was not submitted to request a data center use because it was already permitted. And although the PM district requirements were satisfied with a 4-building plan and Align's proposed landscaping, Align listened to your request, removed 1 building, and added landscaping. And although the park offered Align the right to request a CRA, Align declined and agreed to pay taxes on the improved value of the property. And while the subject property was not subject to the JED, Align confirmed that it will join the JED when the plan is approved. The plan presented to you abides by the current city zoning code.
Whether you like or don't like data centers or all of the issues that seem to be arising around them has nothing to do with your review as a planning commission member under the current city ordinances. If you want to remove current permitted uses in the PM district, the zoning ordinance provides the planning commission a means and a method to initiate such a change. But as of today, data centers are permitted, and your review is to determine if the Lions plan is in accordance with the current PM district requirements. You cannot amend the code and remove data center use by denying a plan that abides by the code.
Thank you, Connie. Anything else? Okay, if not, then at this point, we, as a commission, go into deliberation. This is where we've discussed the issues and the application amongst ourselves. There's no public input at this point. We may ask questions of the applicant or staff, but that's optional as we go through our discussion. Instead of going around the room, let's see if we can do this in an open discussion. And if it gets out of control, then we might pull back and start calling on people. So if you have thoughts, I have some which I'll share, but I'll give you an opportunity to talk first.
I just have a thought as far as the PM district and data centers. In 2008, when data centers were included in the zoning code, they were 10 to 25,000 square feet. This is a hyperscale data center. If you take the original intent, this does not comply with data centers.
Excuse me.
Or it does not. It does not meet the original intent. And the US Supreme Court even kind of looks that way when they are enjoined with a case where it's complicated. They look back to originalism and original intent. Here, original intent was a data center, 2008 series, 25,000 square feet. This is a hyperscale data center. I don't think the zoning code caught up, but part of our charter is to use the zoning code to protect the citizens' health, safety, welfare in Pataskala. And also, part of our duties are to determine which uses are permitted and not. We could say, yes, data centers are permitted. Hyperscale data centers are not. They are not explicitly listed in the code. That's my opinion.
But
I think that's, go ahead, Rick.
well, I was just going to say that we can't dynamically change the requirements in the code. We can't say that, oh, no, today we're going to say no hyperscale data centers, but small data centers are okay. That's the challenge that we have.
It comes down to a yes or
Yeah,
no.
that would require a zoning change, which is a separate process. I mean, similar to what we're doing now, but it's not something we can do as part of this application. That's part of our dilemma, if you will.
But it is good information that you get.
Yeah, and I guess on that note, maybe not just that specific use, but we are looking at,
Modifications.
Alex and Tim and I were at the development committee meeting in May, and I believe Scott reported on that, the May hearing of this group, that their direction was to look at the PM requirements and to see what changes should be made now, given new information. I mean, sure, things change rapidly. Zoning code generally is reactive rather than proactive. So we have some catching up to do. So that process is in the works now. And Scott, I don't know if this is a good time for you to at least give a quick sentence or two about that.
So you're correct. At the development committee, they recommended that we move forward and look to update the plan manufacturing regulations to add some more protections, some more qualifications in the process of looking through that to make that update and kind of come up with a draft proposal that we'll return to development committee with.
But the key in there, that's not going to apply retroactively. So we work with what we have, I guess.
Yeah, well, and I mean, part of our charter also is in our zoning code, it lists the purpose is to promote, protect public health, safety, convenience, comfort, prosperity, and general welfare. So that isn't, to me, that isn't just checking off the boxes in the zoning code to make sure that it all complies, because we have an excellent staff who could do that much better than I can. They can interpret what the code is, but we, I think, are tasked with some of the intangible parts of code and law that they may fit into the height and area limitations, and they may have gotten in as a data center because data center now is like all inclusive. We don't have any limits, but I think there are other intangible things that we as a commission need to keep forefront.
Well, and I'll say this. So if you compare it to a data center 10 years ago, even though they're smaller, by far this data center is better, right? So like, I mean, they have even the one in Sandusky. I mean, I looked at that thing and it's an eyesore from the road. Like the fact that they've done the due diligence to add what we've asked, to do this extra steps to make it a better situation than what it is, though that may be the case, and that's great. But at the same time, and even though it's not listed as a requirement and doesn't have the measurable things, part of our performance standard says, no industry or other business shall establish, maintain, or permitted which produces objectionable light, smoke, dust, noise, odor, gases, vapors, or vibration resulting in a nuisance to abutting property owners or to the public in general. I'm gonna be honest with you. Heat, that's a nuisance. That is going into adjacent and abutting properties. That is something that is directly affecting and going to impact people around it. Just like light would, just like vibration would, just like everything else. And to that extent, like, there's not a whole lot that they can do to resolve that necessarily as a business, but that's part of the reason why, like, they technically don't meet part of this, and the fact that that becomes a nuisance to the public. And that is in the code. And I think this is by far the best data center that I've ever heard of or seen in terms of the way they've done it. But that doesn't mean that it's good for this situation, good for the city of Pataskala, that it's not going to be a nuisance to our citizens, that it's not going to go against the performance standards of our code.
Yeah, I can go here. Question maybe, did it say like what the expected usage was in the plans? Or is it just kind of like, kind of in verbal at this point? Maybe the applicant, does it say in the plans what the expected usage is per building? Or is it just in verbal?
Talking about the electrical usage?
Electrical usage, yeah. Sorry.
It does.
It does say in there? Okay. Yeah, I mean, again, for me, I think a lot of this comes down to just how much power it's generating and all the side effects from that, the excess vibrations, the pollution from the generators. You have to have a lot more generators, which, they are going to run periodically. We do have power outages. So those are going to, negatively impact the air quality there. And I get it, there's EPA regulations, but it's basically just saying, you're allowed to permit. We just want to make sure that you're not excessively doing that, is kind of my interpretation. And you have a lot of record keeping and documenting to do there, but it permits you to pollute in a sense. The heat dome, I'm trying to kind of wrap my head around that, what the actual impact is. Again, just quick math here, the 0.6, you multiply that times 5, because I think that's about what the power would be with the bloom and all the other uses of the site there. I think you're probably around 3 to 4 degrees impact, which is, to me, pretty significant there. So the AP, that's a tough situation. I don't like that whole scenario there, not being able to get final plans. I get it's a chicken and egg thing. I suppose contracts could also be written though too, conditional contracts there. So See, that's my concerns, with it there. So again, I kind of agree that there is some leeway with the performance standards there, so.
Can I ask a question to the applicant? So right now, obviously in terms of technology and compute, right? So my phone used to fit in this building that's bigger than this building, right? The amount of compute. So in terms of power usage, you have the capacity if compute continued to get smaller and smaller and smaller. In theory, because right now, as it stands, y'all have 432 requested megawatts from the power grid as it stands today, 324 planned in the facilities, and y'all can't build any more buildings. But that does not apply to what is inside the buildings. And therefore, if it was later decided that the compute got small enough that you could actually expand your internal portions of your building to increase the overall volume of compute inside, and therefore the overall energy consumption, would that be possibility? Is there a process by which, and this maybe goes to y'all too, after he answers whether or not that's even possible, does that come back to us if that increases the overall energy capacity requirements for those three buildings that are still the same standard buildings? So to you, like if you went to 500 megawatts, or if the three buildings that are 324 right now, you got to the point where you could add another 25% capacity all the way up to the 432 that's currently requested, right?
So there's a number of things there to address. One, our country has really benefited from energy efficiency. So we should all hope that we get more efficient. That's the reason why energy consumption was really pretty flat while data consumption grew. Everybody had more appliances in their home. That was all because of energy efficiency. The utilities sat back and they didn't plan accordingly for growth of the grid and growth of capacity, generation, resource adequacy, et cetera, et cetera. So that would be a very good thing. The limitations on our site plan, which is all we're here, we're limited to the number of generators. We're limited to the number of buildings, the square footage. So your hypothetical of additional watts per square foot, which is how we think about designing data centers, we would be limited because of the generator and the infrastructure supporting the data center.
Okay.
So,
and the reason why I was asking that actually applied not necessarily to y'all, but more towards this esoteric AEP situation as well, right? Because though y'all may not change your facilities, if power consumption increased in your facilities, then AEP then has to construct new additional transmission facilities or additional power infrastructure in order to provide that back to you, that we would have zero oversight over at that point in time. But it's a direct result of this.
and again, this is an ideal location. The transmission lines are there.
That was my question. But to that extent, like, would we even receive a notification if that did get increased past the 432, or would that just be part of the state process? Yeah.
As long as what they're showing for the electric generation on site, as long as that stays the same, any approvals would go through the state.
Okay.
So if they consumed more, that's through the state and then.
Gotcha. Thank you.
A couple different thoughts here. I will say off of the electric load, it's my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the reduction in buildings from 4 to 3, the load request wasn't reduced with that, correct? So that they theoretically could use more than they originally planned per building. Just some thoughts here. I've heard a lot of things from the applicant, from the public, from each other here. I'm not familiar with the Loudon facility, but I heard the applicant talk about how the public raved about them and positive and no complaints. What I didn't hear was, and I would have loved to have heard that, there were no stories that those residents saw reductions in utility costs, real estate costs, living costs, cost of living. If those things existed, I have to believe the applicant would have presented us with those stories as well. And, I go back to, how does this make our lives better? I didn't hear that. I met with a representative of a company that does generators on Monday, and specifically generators for data centers. And they said that there's so much demand for those generators that the hospitals can't even get the generators they need, that there's a backlog due to the demand. This is a current supervisor of a generator facility or distribution center of generators in Ohio. He's like, I see it. We see the contracts, we see the sales and purchase orders for generators. Hospitals are waiting. Going back to, does this facility promote the welfare and safety of the public? It brings pause for that. I don't see true independent studies on noise and heat plume. I would have liked to not necessarily seen more studies, but it sounds like we are being fed this off of simulations and models. There are certain studies, and again, I may be wrong, but we do have full operating, or the applicant has full operating facilities in other states. They said Utah, Arizona, or where have you. I feel like some of those things, yes, there's going to be in a different environment, but you could get some real sound studies at the very least. I do believe that they've done a better job, as I would agree with what you said about trying to bring some of these studies to us, but it does still seem incomplete. The only personal note I'll say on all this, Connie brought up that they didn't get emotional, personal, what have you. The sound bites about, well, I guess you're using Facebook to, the opposition is, that's got no real place here. I don't see it's a great sound bite, it's good, it's a snappy comeback, but as they said themselves, our job is to argue code, and does this match code? The argument I'm going to have on the code is, does it promote the health and safety of the citizens of Pataskala? That's certainly for debate, and yeah, it raises concern. There's my take.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'll go. I mean, I agree with everything everybody's said, questions everybody's had. I think this is our deliberation. I think that we've taken as much time as we can. I think we get to the point where a lot of what we're saying is subject to interpretation. And we all have, I think the interpretations are right, it just depends on, which argument you're making, so it's subject to interpretation. I think we've beaten the horse down the road, and I think, we got two choices. Either we vote to table it, or we go on with the motion. I don't know where else we can go. I think we've done our job, which is good, but I don't know how much farther we can just stretch this out, or is it even, eventually it's going to go to litigation if it passes or doesn't. I gotta believe so. I think we're at that point. We have to just make a decision. What are we going to do? Are we going to table it, or are we going to vote on it and go with what's been voted?
Mm-hmm.
That's my feeling.
Okay. And you haven't checked in,
I think I've said everything I need to say. Thank you.
Okay. Well, and again, this is, I know everybody here knows that, just for the benefit of the audience, we're charged with making a recommendation to council. Whether we recommend approval or denial, it still goes to council, and they're the ones that make the final call. So that's one thing. The other thing that I wanted to mention, and this would be pretty obvious too, sometimes we have to, if we're enforcing the code as we interpret it, sometimes we have to make decisions that we may not personally agree with. I mean, there are concerns about this. I've heard a lot of concerns. I've done a lot of research over the last 6 months on this issue. There are things, their application or their proposal that I'm a little concerned about. But I'm also one that's pretty strict on following what I interpret as the code. So, just wanted to mention that, you know, if we vote one way or the other, that doesn't mean we don't have personal feelings that vary from that vote. Just throw that out there. Other comments?
And if we do take it to motion, just for the people to know,
Oh, yeah.
we always put it as we move to approve the plan, and then we vote yes or no. So we're not, when we make a motion, we're not making a statement that we want to approve it. That's just the way the motion goes.
If we do want to make a motion, are there any conditions we want to?
Yeah, I was gonna say, as the next
Great
step,
question.
conditions.
We got the 4 right now on there.
Everybody flipping pages, trying to find our notes, right?
I'm going to ask maybe a stupid question here, but this might be Scott getting into some gray area. Is it, what's the legality if we would put a motion on capping the power consumption?
I don't know that we have the authority to do that under zoning.
Okay.
Good question.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand like what the balance the original intent versus what's presented in front of us here.
If we vote, we're just voting on their application, what they presented.
Okay.
With the conditions, yeah.
With the 4 conditions,
Yes, with the
listed,
conditions, yes.
I'm going to assume we also cannot put any, you know, if the property tax code or property tax bill would pass and they wouldn't have to pay any property taxes, I'm going to assume we wouldn't be able to make that a condition that they pay it anyway.
I don't believe we have the ability to do that.
So we
Nice,
can
nice
drain.
idea, but difficult to execute.
Yeah. That would be our constitutional right.
Yeah.
coming
It's
up.
it was a suggestion by one of our residents.
Yeah, that's a good point, Ann.
All right.
So are we in agreement that the 4 that are on there, or?
Can you show the other 2?
We're missing.
You know, I guess I do
1 and
have
2.
something to say.
He just flipped it.
Oh,
Yeah,
he
he
did?
just flipped it for me.
Gotcha.
Thank you. I just asked him.
I think Ann said, yeah.
I think I should say something. So, I honestly, I think, look, we have a responsibility to make sure we have all the facts before we make a motion on behalf of our constituents. This is why we're here. And we do not know, we need to get studies, we need to get better studies. One more time. I think for the heat dome, you know, and it may go great. I mean, and that'd be great if it did, you know? I mean, really, but we need, you know, a couple of studies. We need independent studies. We need studies on the generators and any noxious fumes. I mean, we just need this to verify. I mean, I know they say that they have their studies, but we need at least 2, I think, per issue. So the heat dome, the noxious fumes from the generators, because there is debate on that.
And are you questioning, just open forum with us here, are you questioning the accuracy and the integrity of the studies presented?
Well, yeah. I mean, that's one study. I think we need two.
I think to be fair, I don't know if there's actually the integrity of the study as much as the bias of the study would probably be the correct way to state that.
I would agree.
Not initially that they did anything wrong or that they misrepresented anything, only that they are representing themselves in the context of this.
Very fair.
I don't know. I mean, my personal feeling is we've studied it out, you know, and I understand what you're saying, Ann, but that would have been a couple times ago to have said we wanted two
Yes, but
studies.
hey, man,
We're-
I'm
We can't
human.
keep kicking this down the road.
I'm human.
I know, but we
We're all
can't keep
human.
kicking it down the road.
I'm not kicking anything.
Well, another practical question on that is, well, two, actually. Other applications, other separate things, we don't normally ask for multiples. But if we did, who's going to pay for it? Because if they provide it, you're gonna say, or, well, I'm not picking on you, but I mean, the reaction would be, oh, well, they're providing it from another source, but it's still coming from the applicant, so therefore it's probably still biased. So it would have to be really independent, and then that would be, who's gonna pay for that? We don't have a mechanism to make that happen. I don't think, I mean,
I agree with you.
I'm not saying that it's a bad idea, it's just not possible with the way things are set up today. And maybe that's something that we add to,
Let's add that.
well, to our futures list, right?
Yeah.
But not, and we can't do that in this case.
If there's one thing this has done, it's brought up a lot of things that we need to discuss for future, and I think that's a huge.
Those discussions are going to be interesting.
Yeah, it's gonna be very interesting.
It is still not a complete, application. So I have problems with that. And that's all I have to say.
Anybody else? No?
Are we in agreement that we wanna?
Go with those
Yeah, we wanna-
conditions? Is that what you mean?
Well, the
Or just-
conditions, but are we ready to, I mean,
I think,
Okay.
I'm ready, yeah.
All right, I will make a motion I move to recommend approval of planned manufacturing application PM 25-001 pursuant to section 1253.10 of the Pataskala Code, with the following 4 conditions listed are to be placed on the approval.
Okay, we have a motion for recommending approval of the application with the 4 conditions as stated in the staff report and on display. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Frank. Any discussion on that motion? No?
All right.
Call for a vote?
Mr. Mancino,
No.
Mr. Smiley,
No.
Mr. Boggs,
Yes.
Mr. Growing,
No.
Mr. Bush,
No.
Ms. Rogers,
No.
Mr. Truax.
Yes.
Okay. The motion fails, so that'll go on to council with a recommended to not approve it. And Scott, do we have any idea of what their schedule might be? I mean, for the council's action, they have to have a hearing and that'll be
The public
advertised.
hearing, we have to work to schedule that, then notice goes out the same way with the note, put in the paper, and then, letters go out to folks within 300 feet of the subject property.
Okay. All right. Thanks again for everybody.
Thank you.
We
Yes, thank you.
have heard.
Thank you.
Feel free to participate when we go through the hearings on how we're going to enhance the code too.
Yes, please.
Need one more back.
Yes, we should do that.
Do you want to mention that they are here to the next stop?
Yeah. Back in session. All right, new business. Transportation Corridor Overlay District Application TCOD 26002.
All right, so location visit the northeast corner of the intersection of West Broad and John Reese Parkway, like 3.596, currently zoned EV business. They're requesting approval of a TCOD application to allow for the development of the site with a total of 6 business units within 3 commercial structures and associated site improvements. So if you look up here, the subject parcel is outlined in yellow. You got Broad Street out front to the south, John Reese Parkway to the west, Richard Conine Street to the north. So in total, it's about 3.596 acres across 2 parcels, 3.43 of that's currently vacant except for existing fence and landscaping in the southwest corner and some existing trees. And there's 0.165 acres of an adjacent lot, basically a 30 by 120 strip that's going to go with this development. So here's a look at kind of the existing site conditions, showing the proposed tree clearing here as well. So the proposal is to develop the site with 3 structures and 6 business units. The replat was also submitted to re-subdivide the property into 4 lots. That'll be up next on the agenda. Access for the development, they're proposing to improve the Broad Street and John Reese intersection with the traffic signal and a right turn lane and a straight and combo left turn lane southbound on John Reese and add a left-bound turn lane on Broad. There's a right-in, right-out only access to Broad Street on the east of the proposed development and 2 full access points north of Richard County. So here's the overall look at the development. We got intersection improvements at John Reese and Broad to put a traffic signal in. Right in, right out on Broad Street here on the far eastern side of the parcel, and 2 access points to Richard County north. We'll also be adding an 8-foot multi-use path along Broad Street, realigning the crosswalk at John Reese, and extend the 4-foot sidewalk along the south side of Richard Conine Street to the north, and keep the existing sidewalk on the east side of John Reese Parkway. Perimeter screening to the north, it's a 3-foot tall landscaped berm with shrub plantings on top and 16 trees, one for every 30 feet. Here's a look at their perimeter landscaping plan. So on the north, east, and south, it's going to be a 3-foot berm with shrubs on top and a tree for every 30 feet. On the west side of the property, they're proposing to retain the existing white 3-rail fence that's along John Reese Parkway and 4 of the existing trees. Lot 3A, so this is going to be the easternmost lot, 0.57 acres with an ingress-egress easement along the west property line, and a full access to the north, the right and right out to the south. It's going to be about a 1,500 square foot commercial building that's a quick service vehicle maintenance facility. This was a conditional use, but did get approved by the Board of Zoning Appeals this year. There's 2 lanes entering that building, proposed at 24 feet in height. Here's kind of a closer look at the zoomed-in view of the proposed lot 3A. So north would be off to our right here. So again, right in, right out on Broad with the ingress-egress easement running all the way back to the full access on Richard Conine. Come into the property, enter the vehicle maintenance facility here, and exit out the south side. Here's a proposed look at the renderings that were provided. Within the whole site, there's 9 parking spaces, including 1 ADA space, and then 200 square foot of interior landscaping and 1 tree that's in addition to the perimeter screening. Lot 3B, this is going to be the middle lot, 0.7265 acres. An ingress-egress easement along the eastern property line, and then also goes east to west across the parcel. It's going to be a 986 square foot commercial building, 24 feet in height. This is proposed as a Dutch Bros drive-through coffee shop with a dual entry drive-through lane narrowing to a single lane pickup window. There's a closer look at that. Again, north is off to our right. We got the access running north to south here, as well as an ingress-egress easement across to the adjacent parcel to the west. We'll have a dual lane kind of ordering drive-through and then narrowing to a single lane pickup window. Here's a look at the elevations that were submitted for the Dutch Bros Coffee Shop. And then lot 3C see, this is the westernmost lot, 2.3 acres in size. It's an egress easement all running east to west before it turns going up to that full access on the Route 209. It's a 13,425 square foot commercial building with 4 business units. One of those is going to be Pizza Cottage, the other is Buffalo Wild Wings with an outdoor patio, and they're also leaving 2,250 square foot tenant spaces for future tenants. The building height is also 24 feet. There's 128 vehicle parking spaces on this one, including 5 ADA spaces, and 3,400 square foot of interior landscaping area, trees, and a dumpster enclosure on the corner. Technically, that is in the front yard because it's within the front yard setback on John Reese Parkway and Richard Conine Street. However, they did obtain a variance from the Board of Zoning Appeals for this unit. And of course, here's a closer look at the westernmost parcel. So we got the ingress egress easement coming out from the east and going up to full access to Richard Conine. We got our 4-unit building here, and then parking pretty much along the remainder of that park. Here's a look at the elevations for that 4-unit building that was submitted. So as part of TCD applications, the Planning and Zoning Commission may approve with modification, or deny aspects of the plan, even if they do not meet the minimum requirements of Pataskala code. There's 3 specific things: that's building and parking setbacks, the amount of parking being provided, and perimeter screening. The BZA has also already approved the following: conditional use for a quick service vehicle maintenance facility. There were some conditions of approval placed on that, one of them being they have to put traffic signal at the intersection, and then all operations have to be conducted within an enclosed building. A conditional use for a restaurant with a drive-through, there was also a condition on that traffic signal has to be installed at John Reese and Broad. A variance to allow dumpster enclosure within the front yard, and a variance to reduce the minimum distance between the building and the parking area. So as part of our review, staff would offer the following comments. We reviewed the plans. Full list of our comments is attached to your staff report there. Anything the BZA has approved is in italics. Items that the PZC may approve that don't specifically meet the Pataskala code are highlighted in gray. I did originally make a comment that we needed a photometric plan. After the staff reports went out, we realized that there is in fact a photometric plan included in there. We reviewed it, don't have any issues with it. And then I asked that they reverse the lot numbers so that they read left to right instead of right to left. Here's a look at that photometric plan that was submitted, so you can see the output numbers from the proposed site lighting. At parking surface. And as mentioned above, with TCODs, you guys can approve modifications to deny certain aspects of the plan, even if they don't meet the minimum requirements of Pataskala code. So in this case, for the setbacks, they're proposing to reduce the minimum required parking setbacks. So there's kind of a graph showing what their proposal is. To the north, 40 feet is required. And that's basically anytime you're adjacent to a public right of way, you have to have the parking setback 40 feet. So 40 feet to the north, they're proposing 17.01 feet. That's a reduction of 22.99. To the east, the minimum parking setback is 10 feet from adjacent properties. They're proposing 9.85, a difference of 0.15 feet. South and west are also 40 feet since they're public right-of-ways. To the south, they're proposing it at 23.8, a difference of 16.2. And to the west on John Reese, they're proposing 26.06 feet, a difference of 13.94 feet. For perimeter screening, per the GB code, the minimum requirement is L2 along all frontages. That is a 3-foot tall continuous screen with a tree every 30 feet. And when you're adjacent to a GB zoning district, you actually don't have to put any screening on the sides. As proposed, they're actually going to be exceeding the minimum requirements on the north, east, and south sides of the property with the 3-foot mound and shrubs on top of that, bringing the total screening above 3 feet with 1 tree for every 30 feet. And then on the west side, they're proposing to retain that existing fence and 4 of the existing trees. The proposed screening, again, northeast, southwest, does exceed the requirements of code. However, the proposed trees that were in the plan aren't those listed in the table 1283-0302. You guys can approve that if you believe they're appropriate. Staff would just recommend including a few native trees from that table and the inclusion of a few evergreen types to maintain screening throughout the winter. So again, should the PDC approve, the next step is moving on to their site engineering, which is our construction plan process. The BZA included a condition of approval on both those conditional uses that a traffic signal has to be installed at the intersection. And those intersection improvements must be completed before the city will issue a certificate of compliance, so no business operations may begin until that signal is operational. This development's also going to be subject to our impact fees. Public Service had the following comments: improvements of the John Reese Parkway and Broad Street intersection with the proposed traffic signal will satisfy chapter 1259 of the city's ordinances as an improvement along that corridor, and that occupancy will not be granted until the intersection improvements are installed and constructed and operational. City engineer, excuse me, had the following comments. The rainfall data has changed since the original report was written. However, it is not necessary to rerun the analysis due to the likelihood no changes to the pond or only very small changes to the pond will be required. They're also worried that if they go in and change the pond now, it would basically mess up the ecology of that pond. They also said to consider incorporating a path to exit the queue in the drive-through in emergencies such as a manhole curb to get to the adjacent parking lot. Utility department had the following comments: capacity is limited, but calculations indicate that sanitary sewer service can be extended to this development and would utilize most of that remaining capacity. Did not receive any of the comments from any of the departments or agencies. Surrounding property to the north, you've got R10, which is single-family homes, and GB, which is undeveloped. To the east is also general business. That is the First Federal Savings and Loan Bank. To the south is R10 high density and R15 medium high density residential. Those are single-family homes. To the west, on the other side of John Reese, you've got more general business that's currently undeveloped. So, should the Planning and Zoning Commission choose to approve the applicant's request, Planning Commission may be considered. Address all comments from Planning and Zoning staff, the city engineer, and the Public Service Department. 2, no certificate of compliance shall be issued and no business operations shall commence prior to the completion of the intersection improvements at Broad Street and John Reese Parkway. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Good. Thank you, Jack. Questions?
I have one.
Frank, you're up.
Just so I'm clear of what we're approving here, so we're not approving anything about the buildings other than just kind of like where they're located, so it would be like the parking and the roadways and everything, like, and landscaping, is that?
Site layout, parking, landscaping, lighting, things
Got it.
like that.
So like even like where the dumpster would go, would that be part of this then?
Yeah, at least as far as the one in the northwest corner, they did receive a variance for that to be located there.
Okay, got it. And then, looks like these kind of service roads, do they both connect into Richard Conine Street? I think that's what they do.
Yeah, there's gonna be 2 accesses onto Richard Conine. Let's see here. Yeah. So there's a 2 full access on Richard Conine, so you can come up here, go in this way to this, or go down, but there is cross access between all 3 parcels down here on the south side.
Okay. And then are you able to show the parking deviations, like from code where you said it was like 22 feet, and on one side? I'm trying to get the word. Yeah, the parking setbacks.
Yeah.
Are you saying where the parking setbacks are off?
Yeah, I just want to see where that's at on that. Can you actually show me on the actual plan there that you were just on? I want to just try to visualize how tight that would be.
So, code says if you're a GB development and you have frontage on a public right of way, your parking has to be set back 40 feet. The building setback is 50 feet, but they meet that in all respects, but for parking setback, they're requesting that to be reduced, so on the north, west, and south sides of the property.
And that's technically because that lot has 3 fronts.
Correct. Yeah.
So what's the setback for a rear yard for paving? Is it 10 feet like a side?
Yeah, it depends on if it's adjacent to a residential or commercial zoning district. If it's residential, I wanna say the parking setback's 25 feet. If it's commercial zoning, it's 10 feet. Although there are residential uses up there, the adjacent property to the north is actually zoned business district.
But Broad Street, what's the reduction on Broad Street from what code recommends?
Broad Street, Reduction of 16.2 feet.
16.2 feet. And are there other properties that are that close to the road on along Broad Street? Okay, that's not unique then.
Nah, no. Not
Okay.
really.
All right. All right.
I was gonna say, and with the additional mounding,
What's that?
with the additional mounding, that kind of helps offset that a little bit, right? Because it's 3 feet and then the also.
Yeah, so they'll have a 3-foot mound and it'll be shrubs on top of it too.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's
no,
that.
that's good though. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Tim?
No, no, for the applicant only, I'm good.
David?
Mine were related to the parking and setbacks as well, so it's all clarified.
Sure.
First of all, hallelujah to have this type of businesses coming in. I question because, you know, I travel a lot, I'm in all these communities, and this is a very popular coffee type, and it's kind of like at 8712. I see in a lot of cities where they're backed out clear onto the streets. My question is, could the building be flipped so that people came in all the way around and then left out? Because it gets, I'm just afraid it's gonna back out onto Broad Street. But again, that's just a question that I have right now, you know, and that'll be for the applicant too.
I think that was with the dual
I know.
entry and driveway. I think they got stacking space
I
for
know.
16 vehicles.
The other thing that I see is when people come in, they come in, and then where does the designated, I see where the designated 2-lane is, but I guarantee you, you're gonna wanna extend that out, because people will not live by that, they'll all just start cramming in to get off the road, so just something to think about. The last thing I have is the traffic, and I'm sure there's nothing I can do about this, but I don't see any reason why that extension doesn't go all the way down past the Y. Because the Y is extremely busy anymore. Their parking lot's at full capacity a lot of times now. And to not have a left turn coming in for the Y, it's going to, once people come off that light, I mean, if you look at the road, you'll see people have tore that road up because they're just driving almost into the ditch because they don't want to wait for people to be able to turn left. That's a traffic problem, I'm telling you. That should be looked at in the mornings and in the evenings. People are going in there using the Y. The Y's full of capacity. It's just my personal opinion that there should be something looked at to extend the widening of that all the way out to the Y. That's all I have.
Good point. Sidewalk too, for that
I'd
matter.
love to see sidewalks.
You know, that always seems.
It's the only thing I didn't bring up in the other one because I knew we were
Yeah.
past that.
Bike paths or something like that. Anyway, on the parking setback, that east one bothers me, 0.15 feet. Oh, that's a lot. Okay, sorry.
You beat me to the joke.
Okay.
Code says.
Not even 2 inches, you know? On the stacking of people going in, you know, at the 2 lanes back up, is there a way to restrict it so that they're only stacking on the north side there and not on that little side street that comes off of Broad? I mean, they got more room to back up there anyway, because it runs the length of the parking.
Rick Conine Street, is that the one you?
No, John Reese.
Yeah, Richard Conine.
Rick, that's gonna be my question for the applicant. I live back there and I've visited Dutch Brothers, love the company, I don't have any issue with them. This is gonna massively stack up traffic there.
Yeah.
When you visit their location, I've been to the Dayton location just in the last month. They have 2 lanes wrapping around the building and they will actually be out into the street stacked. And it's a 4-lane, 2-lane each way, and it is quite insane.
Is it good coffee though?
Yeah,
great coffee.
Love
Great
the,
coffee.
like, the
Never had it.
them being there would be amazing for the city, absolutely. It's a great idea. There's gotta be some smart thinking on the traffic here. That's going to, not just John Reese, but it's going to massively impact Broad Street there, especially in the morning. You're gonna have quite a bottleneck in the morning with traffic coming out of Pataskala to the west.
Okay, and then the other question, the right in, right out, that little island, is that a standard design? In other words, is it flare out? What I've seen, like over in front of Kroger, people will turn in from the left, they'll cut across the lane and go around the wrong way. And probably because it doesn't flare out very far. And I don't know whether this is a standard design that's used everywhere, or if they can extend it out a little bit to discourage it. Somebody's determined they're still gonna go around it, but don't make it too easy.
This way they would have a light there, so it kind of negates that. Yeah. John Reese.
At the right in, right out is what I'm talking about.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I see what you're saying, yeah.
So typically that would be part of the design with the construction plans, in terms of how that will be shaped. Yes, you can't.
Yeah.
When you see it all the time, people will take a left in
Right.
there, but in this instance, if I'm going eastbound on Broad, you hit the light, you can make a left there and come in from the back.
Yeah. But what he's saying is flare it further to
And that'll be
prevent it.
That'll be part of the construction drawings, when they work with the engineer to design that.
Yeah. I mean, logically, that's the way people, if you think about it, that's the way they would go in at the traffic light, but you know how people are.
I get it.
They'll go past it, oh, I wanna go in there. I guess they could put pylons down the middle of the street to block the left turn.
That didn't work on Broad.
No, I mean, that's another idea, but, okay, well, anyway, that was what I was thinking about. Who's next? Howard?
So, and I think to the extent about I was looking at this, technically going in here, other than coming down the Richard Conine Street, like going in from Broad, like that's got 240 feet, right? That's the full length of that straightaway there. Am I reading that correctly? Between Broad and the backside of the, yeah.
That part?
That's 240 feet, right?
Yeah.
Is what it says? Okay. Just make sure I was reading it correctly on here. Yes, that's a pretty good distance. Yeah. That's all I really had. I was just curious about that.
Okay, thanks. Yeah.
Well, I guess it's how badly do we want a Buffalo Wild Wings? That's the question. I'm kidding. I love it. So, no, I believe our comprehensive plan recommends parking in the rear of a building. And this is just not very attractive. Even though we would have mounting, we'd still see the cars from Broad.
It does recommend parking to the side or rear. The issue that this site runs into is it has 3 front yards, so there's no rear.
Yeah, right. We'd have to, I think, I think the intent was for there to be more of a, just a prettier view from the main artery part being Broad. And so I would consider the rear to be whatever is along Conine Street personally. I think that would be the interpretation. What do I know?
With the building setbacks at 50 feet, they pretty much fit those buildings within the 50-foot setback from north, south, and west. So I mean, they'd have to either ask for reduced building setbacks or reduced parking setbacks, no matter what.
Well, yeah, well, they can request that. I think it'd be prettier. I'd rather have the front of the building closer to Broad and the parking in the back.
They've done that in Hilliard, on
Yeah,
Hilliard.
it just looks so much better.
They've put cafe type seating out that side.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
you see people actually having fun and everybody parks in the back.
Yeah, exactly. It's more inviting than seeing you know, I don't know how inviting you could make a Valvoline, but,
Well, that's one, yeah.
you know. And then, I have same concerns about the coffee shop. I have concerns even if it's not great coffee and it doesn't have a lot of customers, just the setup there. So I'm not sure what you can do about that, but otherwise, great.
Yeah, we love businesses.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Are there any sidewalks coming from the neighborhood to this property?
Yeah, on the east side of John Reese.
Okay.
Running up into the neighborhood, I think maybe on the west side too, to be honest.
And is there anything on the west side
Yeah.
of this plan also? Or
What's that?
are there any sidewalks on the west side of the plan?
On the
plan
west
here?
side?
Yeah, on the west side, is there?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's on the east side of John Reese, the west side of this property. There's a sidewalk that exists coming all the way down
it's
John
already
Reese
there.
to Broad.
Yeah.
They're gonna put another sidewalk, oh, I'm losing my voice already. On the north side of this property along Richard Conine, and then an asphalt multi-use path along the south part of this property along Broad Street.
Nice. Okay. And will the buffering be between the road and the asphalt path or the path
The
and the parking lot?
interior of the path.
Say that again.
To be inside the path, see that
Inside.
path landscaping development.
Okay, and the landscape is where the mounting is?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Anything else for staff? No?
I don't have problems with this setback from Broad as long as the buildings would be in the front and the parking and towards the back. I think that would be all right. I think that'd be preferable if we were gonna do a condition, that would be.
I would want a sidewalk on the north side of Broad Street. You're gonna have people walking from Pataskala behind McDonald's over to this area. I mean, especially with these types of businesses. Again, I love the idea of the businesses that they're proposing. I'm curious if they are in contracts. We'll find out from the applicant, but I want to make sure it's safe.
They are putting in a sidewalk on the north side of Broad Street.
Glad to hear that. Good deal. Sweet. I did not see that on my page. Good deal. Perfect.
Question, does the sidewalk actually enter into the parking space to the facilities, or does it just go alongside and then because
I think on the north side it entered in.
okay. Understood.
I think because I see the one sidewalk on the west side of the property, but I don't see any others.
I say it looks like the applicant may have an answer to that, so we'll just wait for the applicant.
Yeah, so let's.
What's that?
It looks like the applicant may have an answer to that, so I'll wait till we talk to them.
All right.
Okay, so we'll call the applicant up. First be sworn in.
Do you swear affirm the testimony about the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
And then start with your name and address, please.
My name is Jerry Royce at 3951 Hammersmith Lane in Loveland, Ohio, 45140.
David Parker, Loveland, Ohio, 1706 Pheasant Hills Drive, 45140.
We sincerely appreciate your time tonight after
Yeah.
what you've been through.
Thanks for your patience.
We appreciate it.
Yeah, so the last two standing here, so I appreciate that. As I
Are you
said,
offended? No one wanted to stay and listen.
Not at all.
It's funny. Our first BZA, we've been to BZA, 4 times or whatever. The first one, we had some people show up. We agreed upon putting in the traffic signal, and then after that, no one showed up. So it's been kind of like this.
We had one individual one time came in and spoke in support of us.
That's all we needed is the safe traffic signal.
Right, oh gosh.
We appreciate staff's comments. They've been thorough throughout this entire process. So I think they're sick of us, because we've been working on this for 2 years now. At T3 Development, we really pride ourselves in being transparent, working with municipalities and making sure there's no surprises. And I think this is what's happened in this case. It's been 2 years. We started this in January of 2024. This has not been a rushed application at all. We've been through multiple BZA hearings, responded to community feedback when the people behind there had some concerns with the traffic signal. We committed to it. So it's really been a product of 2 years of collaboration. And we've brought to staff several different site plans. So when you bring some concerns, we've looked at all of them. We had Starbucks at one point. They have been slowing down, so we got Dutch Bros. We've looked at several different site plans, and we'd like to discuss those. But we've really tried very hard to take everything into consideration and try to give you the best we can. So that's what we did here. I have several things to go over. As far as the tenant quality, that's been well thought out. We've had other tenants that wanted to be here, and to be honest with you, we avoided those because they were permitted uses, but they just didn't fit with the community, we didn't think. And between Dutch Bros and Valvoline, you got some regional and national type tenants that I think everyone's going to be proud of, and we certainly are too. So, when you look at the quality of the tenants, the infrastructure improvements that we're delivering at our own cost with the traffic signal, the design sensitivity to the surrounding neighborhood, and the 2+ years of hard work that we've had, we think that this is a great development. We're proud of what we put together, and we respectfully request your approval, and appreciate your time and happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Questions for the gentleman? Tim, you're up first.
Thank you. First, thank you for looking at this property. I'm more than anybody, I'm going to be biased on this project. I live right behind there, so I come out of that area. Before I could even say anything about it, yes, looking at traffic would be my only concern with it. Personally, my wife's going to lose her mind. If you get Dutch Brothers in there, yeah, she's going to lose her mind. So I have to ask, the tenants you have projected here, have they made commitments? Are you in contract with them?
We have leases.
Okay.
Yeah, one of the things we tried to do is the recommendation of staff. We didn't want to piecemeal this thing, right? We knew, and we've done developments like this before. You really want to bring in the full picture, not piecemeal it one at a time, and so we did. And that's why I think it took as long as it did. We wanted to make sure everything was kind of put together and well thought out. So.
I appreciate your concerns about the tenants matching the community. That's important. If you had your way, those two middle tenants between B-Dubs and Pizza Cottage, what kind of a tenant would they be? What do you see there? Small retail? What do you see?
Yeah, we're actually talking to a cell service tenant, a national cell service tenant. So it's, again, what we try to do with these developments is make sure that the parking matches really well with the tenant mix, and it does here. If you look at our parking, what is it?
We're roughly 20 over the zoning plan.
And what we did,
and it's a mix across. Each of them are a little bit over. None of them are under. All businesses are over, but it's a mix between the three.
And at the last BZA meeting, that came up as far as the parking and whatnot. And what we did is, and I guess we'll see it with the lot split, but we actually went and got 30 more feet from our neighbor, okay, in order to get more parking. Just again, one of the things we wanna do is make sure there's no issues with that. So they brought up, hey, if you have that, rather than putting another tenant in between those, just make sure there's enough parking, so we did that. We went to our neighbor, and our neighbor is supportive of the entire project.
Can you speak at all on the length of the leases that you're asking for these tenants?
Yeah, they're long-term. They're
Over 10, over 20?
over 10.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey,
They're
it's-
committed. They're really impressed with Pataskala and what you have going here.
I don't want to see empty buildings, that's all.
Yeah. No, it's, they're all over 10-year deals.
Can you talk about the concerns and there's been obviously a lot of traffic conversations. Dutch Bros is certainly going to back traffic up into John Reese, especially opening weeks, but even, can't imagine you represent them, but as I was talking about, the other facility in Dayton's been open for quite a while, and they're still backing up into a main artery street. The street, I forget the name, the street in front of there is a 4-lane, and you're going to have traffic concerns there. I just want to make sure we talk about it and we have viable solutions and viable plans before we go into that.
Yeah, I think, well, certainly when you talk to Dutch Bros, they felt like for this store in Pataskala, that they did not need the full, was it 16 there? Is that what?
Yeah, I believe it's 16 there.
They really only needed 14, we got them 16, so I think the natural thing that's gonna happen is they're gonna be coming off of Richard Conine, okay? The only thing I can suggest to you is that Dutch Bros is comfortable with 14, we got them 16.
And there's really room for 2 more there that we don't show. They said 14, and we said, well, we got you 16, is it okay? And we asked, do you want to show any more, and they said no.
I think that westbound going north into that turn in, turn out, I could see that stacking Broad Street up in the morning. Traffic going west to Columbus, and that's probably even more than John Reese with the light. I could see that being an issue for you, whether to start or again to maintain. I mean, you're looking at a very successful client, and with that success is growing pain. So I encourage you to get that right with them. Whatever those traffic plans need to be, or the road plans on Broad Street. I live back there. I love the proposal. I think you got some tweaks you got to make on parking and traffic, but I'll leave it at that. I'm encouraged.
Yeah, thank you.
We can bring it up to Dutch Bros again as far as.
Thank you.
And then maybe we can take a look at, I don't see it stacking up on Broad Street because now you're looking at, how many cars would that be? That's,
There's another 14.
can't guarantee it. But
I wish you could see, like, I was there less than a month ago. And to
which one in Dayton?
I don't even know the name of the street, honestly.
Is it in Vandalia?
What's that?
In Vandalia, or is it?
Airway. Is it Airway?
I think Vandalia, you said?
Yeah.
I believe that one. I just know that there was a 4-lane right in front of it. And then the front of the facility is like, are you familiar with the McDonald's that's here? It has like in the front of the facility, there's like a little service where you could go around the drive-thru and circle back into the parking lot. It was completely congested. And like nobody was moving anywhere. You're at the mercy of how quickly they can cycle their line. Like I said, I love the concept. I love Dutch Bros going in there. Their success is going to be initially a struggle to manage. And I want to make sure you guys and your plans are good for that. It's going to be a success. I mean, we had scooters come in and there was a lot of hoopla, but it's as expected, kind of feathered out. Mm-hmm. This is something that's probably going to sustain for a while, and I anticipate it will. I just be really prepared for the success of it and what that success causes for your traffic.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, guys. One quick question. They brought up the trees there. Are you able to just come in compliance with the trees that are being asked for? Is that an easy fix for you?
We will reach out to the landscape architects. Sometimes older planning and zoning codes, trees have had issues. We will check with them and see if there's an issue with what's there, if we can get into compliance.
Would rather that than.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thanks. David?
I don't have anything for you.
Jared?
I love everything you got here. We kind of had a vision when we did Pataskala, especially since this is kind of in the village portion of Pataskala still. Pataskala had 3 different areas that all came in one to the city. And I would really love for you guys to take a look at first of all, my wife's gonna be so upset because that means we're not gonna go to the Pizza Cottage at Buckeye Lake anymore, which sucks because I love going. But anyway, I'll have to deal with that. But I would love to see those buildings. Again, if you go down Rome Hilliard Road and that, or Cemetery Road, you get off there. They've made patio seating all in the front and people park in the back of the building. It's really quaint because you have the trees growing there, but then you got patios that people are setting out in front of, and it makes Pataskala look more,
Inviting.
quaint, inviting, yes. I understand you probably can't do it where the parking lot's at, that makes total sense. But I would just love for you guys to think about moving that all forward where that one parking lot is, make that the patio seating. I think you'll find that the restaurants are really gonna love it because they can open up more seating for people and that, but just something to think about. I know, how it's been laid out and I understand, civil engineer myself, I understand why it's laid out the way it is. I get it, but it's so quaint when we make that Broad Street look like, quaint. That's a perfect word. And so just the only thing I can say, I understand the parking lot section. There's not much you can do there. You might as well have the extra parking there. But, and where where Dutch Brothers is, I just would love to see the set down restaurants more quaint. That's all.
I don't,
With the back of house services, on the back of in the front house to front.
Yeah, everybody enters in basically through the back. The front is just, they take people out and it's all open seating.
yeah, I think we're gonna get pushback from some of the tenants on that. We can look at it, certainly.
Ask them, because they all have outdoor seating.
Yeah.
The B-dubs does have outdoor seating on the side.
I know.
Yeah.
I know, but it's really neat looking, but think about it.
Yeah.
It's,
Or
in
you
the
could,
end,
you
it's
could
what's
even
gonna
do
work.
the seating on the back side of the building. I mean, people will eat outside, doesn't really matter where, they like to eat outside, but you could do some greenery on a patio or something with some pots and stuff, but whatever. But, I have a concern about the right in, right out. I always do. I mean, I think we had we approved that gas station there, down at
The Dukes, or the Certified down there.
the Certified, what's that name of that street?
Summit.
Summit.
Mhm.
And didn't we have a death there? I think it was a
I
semi
don't
went
even
straight
think
through
it's there
there.
anymore,
A
is it?
semi tried to turn on. Do you guys remember that, what happened? So there's a cross down there where somebody died. But people don't pay attention. I mean, semis don't pay attention. It's terrible. They turn left in there, they don't care. I hate them. They're dangerous, and they back up traffic because people will just sit there and force their way. It doesn't matter. Like you said, if they have a truck, if they have God, people, I don't know. I have concerns about that. If you have any other options, that'd be nice to see.
That was required by the corridor to have right in, right outs for access. the TCOD, the transportation regulations require to have right-ins, right-outs, no accesses. So that's why.
Is that based on your layout, because of your layout?
I believe it's based on the transportation, the access requirements for the transportation corridor.
Yeah, we weren't gonna permit them to have another full access on the Broad Street.
Because people would be stopping there, trying to turn
Too
left.
close to the intersection.
They're gonna stop there anyway, that's the point. And they're gonna make a left in.
To Rick's point, just winging out that little island there.
Make it more difficult.
Let's
for
make
them
it
to-
not possible. I mean, at the other right-in, right-outs in Pataskala, across from, Kroger, they have the little Mexican place, the drive-through that's there. I mean, everybody pulls out of there and turns left out of there. I mean, it's a give, and they do it because they're able. The curb is not feathered back far enough to prevent it.
Right.
You know, something that the city of Reynoldsburg has down the road? They have those huge bells. They're, I don't know what, made out of steel.
Yep, Johnstown has them.
That seems to really help, don't you think?
Doesn't help Johnstown because the trucks get stuck.
All the
on it.
trucks hit them at
I'm
the corner.
stopped there all the time.
Yes, I am too. You are
Because
absolutely
once they're on it, they can't get off of it.
Wow. Well, I guess that's a lesson learned, but I don't know, it seems, to me, it seems like an option. I don't know, something to think about. That's all I have.
It's your turn.
Go ahead, Alex. Sorry.
I just wanted to clarify where the sidewalks are. I think I see where they're coming in at.
I can show you right here.
Yeah, please.
So we have the 8-foot asphalt pad.
Yep.
All along here, tying onto the existing settlement sidewalk, new crosswalk, and tying onto that side. We have a sidewalk all the way down on the back of Richard Conine. And what is, it's hard, it's not noted, it's on here, but it's not noted. There will be one here, and there is one right here underneath that block of a sidewalk that connects
into the space.
Into the space.
Okay.
Yeah, this one right here may move to right here, just from a sight line, or for the sight line for the sign in right here. But there will be one.
Yeah, and I guess I do have a question about placement of that. Not that it matters, I guess, because at the end of the day, they're still coming in those two spots, and it's fine. But I guess my question was, why isn't it closer to the businesses that are going to be walk-up businesses per se? Because obviously Dutch Brothers, they may have walk-up business, but it's primarily drive-through. And if you go across on that sidewalk from the Broad Street entrance, you're going to have to walk all the way across the parking lot to get like to B-Dubs or to Pizza Cottage. So I was just asking that question from the Broad Street perspective, right?
From the Broad Street, we want to have, we're probably, part of the reason here is moving this one from here to here so that it can go to both of them.
Gotcha.
And then this one back here is to get people into here. I don't know how many people are going to walk up the Dutch Bros on that side.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. I don't feel like they would. It was more because people are gonna end up having to walk across the parking lot. That was what I was asking it about for the one. But again, it's not that big of a space, and like as long as you have entrance path into that. I didn't see those, and so I assumed that was it. But
And that brings up another thing. We do show the berm and landscaping along here. From a sightline standpoint for the signs, we're probably gonna have to reduce the berm at these sides and coordinate the berm with these sidewalks right here and the sign right there. Just so from a visual standpoint, that we're not blocking the sign, they can see it.
Yeah, the
tenants have asked that.
pretty anxious
Our
about
landscape
that.
architect went a little. You have a landscape? Yeah, so we're gonna kind of, you see how we have a break there, we're gonna move that and the break will be here, and there will be a break down here at this sign. We have to figure this out. And then we added landscape here because the neighbor, as part of the bank, asked for that.
okay.
So that's why we did the approved landscape.
So all the issues or the discussion points you bring up are fair. We're balancing a lot of different things here in this development, and certainly putting in a traffic signal, making the economics work, the whole thing has been, like I I said, not easy. It's
We
taking
don't
2
have a
years. It's
whole
taking
lot of
2 years.
we don't have a whole lot of restaurants like this in Pataskala. It's going to be extremely popular.
Well,
I
we're proud of it. We put a lot of work into it.
The Pizza Cottage people are ecstatic about
Can they move Buckeye Lake?
So on the pedestrian access, you don't think people will be walking into the oil change place?
No.
All right.
No.
Sorry. Keep my day job, right?
That's right.
Did you have anything else? Yeah, Frank?
Oh, I like the plan. I like I'm gonna run into Rick and Jerry a lot over there. I would like to see if we can if it is, I don't know if you've already looked at it at all, pulling the buildings forward. I mean, I think this is a really good plan already, and I could really, I think, put it over the top if that's something that's feasible. Even if it kind of eats into the setbacks a little bit. I think that would be kind of a model for a lot of Pataskala to follow there. So.
Pizza Cottage, they've got to have the drive up.
Oh, they have a drive-through.
Oh, yeah.
It's kind of limited.
It's not drive-through.
It's
It's
a drive up
literally
to
like
pick
a
up.
pickup window.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's why they wanted to be on that side.
Can you,
Yeah.
can you
They wanted to
shift,
be on that
can you
side.
shift them and leave the Pizza Cottage where it is and bring the other 3 down? So they're not all in a line?
It would, the exit point though, I think would have been the issue, because it would just be the parking spots at that point. You still have to have the driveway.
Yeah.
Well, but those parking spots would go to the back.
Probably don't have enough room in the back if you. I don't know, you're gonna lose somewhere you have to turn and where your radius for your turn.
You do have a ton of parking off to the side, but yeah, I mean, you guys are gonna figure it out.
Yeah.
I just thought they got to have that pickup window.
Quick question for you around the walkway in the front, just to clarify that it's asphalt, not concrete. Okay, that's allowed? Okay, no problem.
It is multi-purpose, right? Is the
Yeah.
intent, so it can be bike and
Bike.
also pedestrian.
Yeah, I believe it's 8 foot.
Scooters,
Scooters,
segways.
Who would be responsible for maintaining it, resealing it?
E-cycles that go 30 miles per hour.
All right.
What point do we become a UTV?
Yes, it is in the right of way.
Anything else?
No.
Do you have any, on the center tenants that are open right now, is there, ability if you needed to combine those at some point in the future, you could do something like that? Okay. Just curious. Okay.
We made it pretty nondescript on the front. There's no demise wall yet. We can put, that way and if you look, we have a little bit wider space between the doors so that could shift if we needed to. Or if
Okay.
Any other questions?
If we approve it, I would just say adding the condition for the trees just to cover our base on that. I'd like to see them just come into compliance, but if they don't, whatever that looks like. It just seems like a small.
What are you wanting to add for the trees?
I think they're
follow
trying to
trees
come into
like-
compliance with it, not asking for,
we'll work with staff on the selection.
We could
Yeah.
cover it under the address and staff comments.
Okay.
One of our comments was, we need some more trees from the table and some evergreen types.
yeah, it's a small thing, just covering a base with it, that's all.
Do we need to fit trees in there, or is that already
I
covered?
think it'll be covered under
Okay.
the first condition there.
Okay.
Ready for motion, or?
I move to approve the Transportation Corridor Overlay District application TCOD-26-002 with the listed conditions for approval.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve the application, TCOD 2602 with 2 conditions. Any discussion on the motion to approve?
This is a good one. I hope you all approve it.
Was a condition needed for the administrative approval of the tree selection, or is that already?
No, they saved under staff comments.
Under staff comments, okay, so I'm good.
All right.
Oh, he was saying something. I didn't know what he was saying.
I think you was just saying it was a
Ten.
good selection.
Good selection.
Oh, okay.
Encouraged by, we need applications like this. Good job, guys.
Thanks. We've done our best.
Okay, no further discussion, call for vote.
Mr. Smiley?
Yes.
Ms. Rogers?
Yes.
Mr. Bush?
Yes.
Mr. Sherrod?
Yes.
Mr. Bob?
Yes,
Mr. Brewery?
Yes.
Mr. Messenger?
Yes.
motion passes.
Thank you.
Don't go far.
I was gonna say, don't go nowhere.
Okay, next on the agenda under new business, replat application REP 2602. Michaela, you're up.
The location of this request is the northeast corner of Broad and John Reese Parker, just like before. The acreage is 3.59 acres total, zoning general business, and they are requesting approval of a replat pursuant to section 1113.48 of the Pataskala Code in order to replat Lot 3 and a portion of Lot 2 of the settlement of Pataskala Phase 3A into 4 lots. So this is the layout of the site as before. Richard Cronin Street to the north, John Reese to the west, and Broad Street to the south. Past and present. So as before, this is the layout. So lot 3 of the settlement of Pataskala is this big parcel right here. That's the main development parcel for the TCOV application as before. Lot 2 of the settlement of Pataskala is right here. That's the flag lot for the bank. And the bank parcel is right here. That's for the First Federal Savings Bank. So, and then this is what they were proposing for the replat. So they're proposing to take all of the main development parcel, Lot 3A of the settlement of Pataskala, and a small strip of Lot 2 of the settlement of Pataskala, and replat them into lots 3A, lots 3B, and lots 3C of the settlement of Pataskala. And then take the remainder of Lot 2, the flag lot for the bank, and combine it with the bank parcel to be Lot 2A of the settlement. So, and then this is an actual view of what that replat will look like. So, according to section 1113.42, any alteration to existing lot lines or other conditions to all or part of an existing platted subdivision requires a replat. The replat meets all code requirements, except in the below comments. The applicant needs to reorder the lot numbers on the replat to read from left to right in alphabetical order, and they need to add language for the proposed easements. 0.206 acres in front of the existing bank parcel on Broad Street will be dedicated to the city of Pataskala as right of way. And that's this little strip right here. And then should the replat application be approved, the applicant shall submit Mylar copy of the approved replat to the Planning and Zoning Office for signatures. Also, the subdivider should file the replat within 30 days of the final official signature and return the recorded Mylar copy to the Planning and Zoning Department. And no other departments or agencies commented. So, should the Planning and Zoning Commission choose to recommend approval of the applicant's request, the following modifications may be considered. 1, the applicant can submit a replat Mylar in accordance with sections 1113.39 and 1113.44 of the Pataskala Code after comments from planning and zoning staff have been addressed. And 2, pursuant to section 1113.49 of the Pataskala Code, the subdivider shall file for the replat within 30 days of the final official signatures and return the recorded Mylar copy to the planning and zoning department. And if you have any questions.
Okay, thank you. Questions? David?
I have no question.
Okay. Jerry?
No, sir. Thank you, Michaela.
I have none.
None.
None, thank you.
None?
None.
Frank? Tim? Okay. You're up again, if you want to comment on this application.
I guess the only thing that we have is we do have them renumbered, and we'll get that Mylar here. We'll probably hold it till a little closer to we're closing, but we will get it to them to start getting circulated for the signatures here in the next several weeks.
Okay.
We do appreciate it. It was great. The number, that was, the number, it was just a number kind of in a backward for the part of the old line numbers. Perfect, thank you.
I do have a question for them. Did you let the cat out of the bag when you said the Starbucks parcel on the one section?
Oh, well, it was.
Very back of the book.
Oh.
I know I'd seen that somewhere. Okay, formality. Any other questions for the applicant? I have none.
Had so many plans.
Tim, David, no? Okay, are we ready to make a motion on this?
Yes, I move to approve replat application number REP-26-0002 with the following two conditions, and the conditions are placed on approval.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that the application REP 2602 be approved with the two conditions listed in the staff report. Any discussion? Roll call?
Mr. Bush?
Yes.
Mr. Smiley?
Yes.
Mr. Bobs?
Yes.
Mr. Burry?
Yes.
Mr. Messina?
Yes.
Ms. Rogers?
Yes.
Mr. Truax?
Yes.
That motion passes.
Thank you for waiting it out, guys. I understand you were waiting it upstairs, is that right?
We appreciate it. They were very accommodating. We were up there.
You could sit around for the rest or run out the door. It's up to you guys.
We won't be long.
I advise you to run.
We got 2 hours to get home.
Yes, you do.
Be careful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. All right, other business, Ann, you've already kind of covered your visit to Sandusky, right? But you're welcome to
Yeah.
briefly cover
I
it.
noticed that, yes, one of the things that stood out to me the most was the comments by the residents there, the township staff. The fact that they were very excited to get $300,000 for their 4 schools. And, and then they didn't put any screening whatsoever. And it was because they weren't asked to, so they didn't. And it's really sad looking.
That was a brownfield site, right?
It's a brownfield site. I mean, it's improvement on the brownfield site, but, it's still massive site. But they were very friendly, very, very friendly, cordial. It was a pleasant visit. And it was kind of like walking into a simulator or something. I don't know, wasn't it? It was just a great big computer.
Well, thank you guys both for going.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was helpful. That's all.
As we close out the application process with the Line Data Center, thank you to the entire commission. I know you've all put a lot of work and time into it, and the personal that you've given up with your families, so look forward to seeing what council does with it. I'll leave it at that, but thank you to all of you for taking it serious and asking the questions.
Yeah, definitely put a lot of work into it, and council appreciated that. We heard that when we were at the development committee, and Scott has also shared that before, so.
Yeah, thanks to staff as well.
And
I gotta-
thanks, staff. I was gonna say.
Yeah,
You
you
guys
guys have had to have put your time in, all these meetings, everything.
Tell me you got tomorrow off.
I'm not coming in.
All right, moving on. Moving on the agenda, item 7, 3 of us were absent last meeting. So we need to excuse those absences.
All together or one at a time?
I think we can do all 3 together.
Because I'm not sure I'm gonna do a.
Then we should do it one at a time.
Oh, we do? Okay. We ought to look at that sometime as a procedural thing, like in what they call that, the consent agenda. Council does that, yeah. Anyways, okay.
I'll make a motion that we excuse Ann Rogers from the May 6, 2026 meeting.
Second?
Okay. Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Roll call.
Mr. Truax?
Yes.
Ms. Rogers?
Abstain.
Mr. Bush?
Yes.
Mr. Smiley?
Yes.
Mr. Boggs?
Yes.
Mr. Burring?
Yes.
Mr. Mansino?
Yes.
Okay, that passes. Next, yours truly.
I move we excuse the absence of Rick Bobs from the May 6, 2026 meeting.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Roll call.
Ms. Rogers?
Yes.
Mr. Bush?
Yes.
Mr. Smiley?
Yes.
Mr. Boggs?
Abstain?
Mr. Burring?
Yes.
Mr. Mansino?
Yes.
Mr. Truax?
Yes.
That motion passes. Item C, Alex.
I'll move that we excuse Alex Smiley from the May 6, 2026 meeting.
Second?
Thank you. Moved and seconded. Discussion, roll call.
Mr. Boggs?
Yes.
Mr. Smiley?
Abstain.
Mr. Bush?
Yes.
Mr. Burring?
Yes.
Mr. Mansino?
Yes.
Ms. Rogers?
Yes.
Mr. Truax?
Yes.
Motion passes. Approval of the meeting minutes for the May meeting, May 6th. Everybody reviewed those, and are there any additions or corrections? If not, then I'll move that the minutes of the May 6th, 2026 regular meeting be approved as presented.
Second.
Thank you. Discussion? Roll call.
Mr. Burring?
Yes.
Mr. Boggs?
Yes.
Mr. Smiley?
Yes.
Mr. Bush?
Yes.
Ms. Rogers?
Yes.
Mr. Truax?
Yes.
Mr. Mansino?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes. Anything else? Guess what, then?
I move that we adjourn till Wednesday, July 1st, 2026.
Second?
Roll call.
Mr. Mansino?
Yes.
Mr. Smiley?
Yes.
Mr. Boggs?
Yes.
Mr. Burring?
Yes.
Mr. Bush?
Yes.
Ms. Rogers? Yes. Mr. Truax?
Yes.
Motion passes, and we're done at 11:51.
Hey.